Hey, Susan.
Hey, Josh, how are you?
All right. Hey, Susan. Hey, John. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Susan, Georgia, you, Jason.
And you know what? You just can't. Oh, okay.
That's what I get for not putting the string around my finger.
Wow. You asked me to remind you. I haven't forgotten. So, aren't y'all?
Looks like that.
No.
I was thinking the same thing, like the cover.
No. Not at all.
Lady at work was the only one who opened it too.
No. I was just asked to remind and I didn't, and here we are.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the special call meeting for VSBA training. Johnson, could you please call the roll?
Johnson,
Here.
Ms. Kirby,
Here.
Ms. Hairston,
Here.
Dr. Hicks,
Yeah.
Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Leamy, Dr. Mealy.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
And we did have an emergency and one member is not able to join us today. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the agenda as presented.
We have a motion by Dr. Mealy to approve the agenda. Do we have a second?
My second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. So as a recap, this board did discuss having a board retreat about a year ago, just to kind of talk through some issues and develop some policies and practices. And then like everything else, and so like a lot of other things in our society, COVID intervened and we had to postpone it. But now with Dr. Bergen joining us in less than a month, we thought this was an opportune moment to do some more training, discuss roles and make sure that we can be a great, strong, well-functioning governance team for the months ahead. So thank you everyone for giving up some time this afternoon to come in and work with VSBA. We're happy to have them leading us. And our facilitator today is Ms. Carrie Wilson, who I will let her introduce herself momentarily, but I'll just say as an aside, I know she is a former member of the Harrisonburg City School Board and a former president of the Virginia School Boards Association. And my very first school board conference, Ms. Wilson was the presiding officer. So she's kind of a rock star to me in the school board world. So she has experience both as a member and as kind of more of a staff professional member over there. So I know she can easily navigate both worlds, and I am excited to have her virtually with us in Bedford today. So Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Jason. Is it okay? Right now, I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I can't see everybody, but I wanted to, but I'll bring it back up there. That's better. I can see everyone now. Well, a few people don't have their lovely faces up there. Can we turn on our video? There's one, Mr. Hicks.
I'm trying to find the button to do that.
Should be down on the lower left.
I see the mic button. I don't see a video button.
It's not to the right of the mic button.
Okay.
Awesome. And Ms. Johnson, is that the clerk, your clerk?
That's
Is
correct.
that correct? Okay. All right, excellent. And Perfect. Well, it's nice to see you guys. I couldn't say that until everybody's video was on. It's wonderful to be with you today. Let me just say first and foremost that I wish I could be there in person, and I would have been, but for the fact that we leave for vacation tomorrow, and my husband asked that I not go the day before vacation. And he's been pretty skittish about COVID. So I have to respect that. I got to live with the guy, you know? So if we do have, I'll say this, if we do have a follow-up training session, I promise I'll be there in person because I'd much prefer it. So I'll just throw that out there. All right. What I'd like to do is just have, real quickly, have everyone go around and introduce themselves and just let me know how long you've been serving as a school board member in Bedford. I'll start with you, Jason.
I have been on the board since 2012.
Just tell me a little bit about, if each of you could just tell me a little bit about yourself. And okay, so I'll say I should have been more clear. All right. Tell me why you ran for the school board, why you're serving on the school board, and how long you've been serving.
So as someone who works at a university, I work with students every day, mostly freshmen, and I see where students from around the state and around the country are coming to us as. And I just wanted to have an opportunity to work with our students in the local community and make sure that they were getting the best possible start they could in K-12. So whether they go to college or they go into the workforce or somewhere else, that they're coming out well prepared to begin their life as an adult. And I started in 2012.
Perfect. Thank you. Georgia?
Yes, hi, I'm Georgia, and I have been an educator for well over 35 plus years. And I retired back in 2018, 2019, that school year, and decided that I knew that it was time for me to retire from being a principal. That much I knew and felt it. But I wanted to continue to make a difference with our students in Bedford County and to continue to play a role in their education. And so I decided to run for District 5 school board seat. And I enjoyed every single minute of campaigning. You know, it was quite an experience for me, not being a politician, and I never ever will be a politician. I'm an educator through and through, that's for sure. But that's a little bit about why I decided, you know, just to continue my commitment to the students here in Bedford County.
And when did you get on the school board?
I've been on now, has it been a year and a half? Yeah, about a year and a half.
So in 2000, you ran in 2019?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Marcus?
John Hicks, and I've been on the board for 9 years. I've been in, I spent my adult career as an educator, the last 25 years of which as principal. And after I retired and had been out for a while, my oldest grandchild became school age, and I decided I wanted to get back in and see if I could make a difference. Plus, I was getting a little bored, and I enjoyed getting back into the business.
Great, thank you. Who's next? Susan Kirby?
Well, I'm the representative for District 6. I think I started in 2015. I'm halfway through my second term.
Okay.
And I got involved as a way to help my children progress through school. Right now they're 12 and 13, but when I started, my daughter was starting kindergarten. So, yeah.
Very good. Who's next? Marcus?
Yeah, Marcus Hill, District 4, Forest area. I got involved because I have 4 children who all learn differently. who all have different passions for education, athletics, and cultural arts. And so I just wanted to get involved, and I enjoyed and supported what Bedford County Public Schools was doing, and wanted to be part of it to make sure we would continue, non-traditional education, so to speak. And because each one of my kids have been able to fit in different categories and still be successful. So
Nice.
that's my why.
And when did you join the board?
This is my 4th year. So what was that, 17?
Okay. Okay. And we have Susan, say your last name for me. Melee?
Mealy.
Mealy. Okay.
I joined the board the same time as Mrs. Harrison did. We ran in 2019. I had retired the year before that as the Director of Elementary Programs in Title I in Bedford County, and just wanted to keep my hand in it. My husband had been on the board probably a dozen years before, and we needed somebody to run in District 1, and I asked him to run, and he said, "No, you're retired, you run." And here I am.
Excellent. Well, that was wonderful. Thank you. And so we have lots of educators on the board. That's excellent. And everyone comes with a little different perspective. Very good. All right. So we're here today to talk about roles and responsibilities. And then, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Bergen. I skipped right over you. Please introduce yourself and tell me about your rise to superintendent.
Nice to virtually meet you, Carrie. My name is Mark Bergen, and I'll be the superintendent here in Bedford as of June 1. And I'm grateful to the board for you joining us here today for this VSBA training, so that, as I begin my time in Bedford with you and our collaborative partnership, we're just going to talk and have a clearer understanding of your expectations of me and your understanding of the role of the board and the role of the superintendent. I am currently, until June 1st, as of May 31st, the Chief of Staff of Virginia Beach City Public Schools, where I've been for 6 years. And prior to that, I was a deputy superintendent in North Carolina. And prior to that, I had another 20 years of administrative experience as a principal and as a director of elementary education in Prince William County and in Chesterfield County. But Lynchburg is my childhood home, as I shared with the board, and my wife and I purchased a home, and we are getting ready to move 100 animals in the next couple of weeks, and reside here in Bedford. And I'm just so terribly excited about beginning on June 1st to work with this board and this outstanding community to build upon the great traditions of Bedford County Public Schools. So thanks for your facilitation here today to just help us come to what I believe we all have the same things on our heart and mind, and we just want to confirm that. And then once we have that clear understanding, then have some sort of guiding document that I can refer to and the board can refer to as we set forth on this journey together.
Excellent. Well, thank you once again. And as I was saying, we're here today to establish for the first time Bedford County School Board's roles or norms and protocols. And so what we'll do is, as the agenda suggests, we'll talk about roles and responsibilities, and then we'll go through the process of establishing norms and protocols. So this is just kind of for your school board toolbox to establish how we go about doing business. So that's what our goal is today, is to establish that. And what we'll do is we'll talk through each of these things and work through, like, okay, so here's a situation. How do you currently handle something like this? And then we'll talk through it and we'll establish that as the norm. Is that how we want to go about doing business? Or is there something we'd like to tweak? So that's the overarching goal here today. But before we do that, as Jason alluded, I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I did serve on the Harrisonburg City School Board for 3 full terms plus a bonus term. When they changed the election, we got a 6-month bonus time. And then we went from a May election to a November election, somewhere in there. And then 9 of those 12 years, I served on the board of directors with VSBA. And I loved my time on the school board so much and gained so much from it that I got involved with VSBA. Well, actually, first of all, when I realized that there was an organization that was there to help me become a better school board member, because there's no class, there's no manual you can read before you become a school board member. You just kind of jump on the moving train, right? So when I found out there was an organization that had been established to help me become a better school board member, I was thrilled. And I saw so much value in it that I wanted to be more involved. Then when I chose not to run for an additional term on my local board, just because my job got more demanding and my kids were out of school, but I still wanted to stay involved. And then the SBA asked me to become a part of their training program. And I was thrilled to be able to do that because I loved my time on the school board so much. And I found so much value in it and that I kind of import into other aspects of my life. So it's been a really positive experience for me. And I'd love to be able to share that with you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and reshare my screen as I had been doing before. And I'm going to put the PowerPoint up. Does everyone have a copy of the PowerPoint? Okay, good. And I had asked for to be in slides where maybe you can take notes, because we'll have some exercises to do and that sort of thing. All right, let's see. Okay, can everyone see that? Yeah. Okay. And so, and also just some housekeeping, if anybody has to get up to take a restroom break or whatever, no need to let me know. We also have the chat feature. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand on your screen, or you can post something in a chat. Whoops, I went ahead one. Or you can post something in the chat there, and I'll try and address it as best I can. And Jason, if you could be my my backup and identify if there is a chat there that I don't see the little message for or whatever, just give me a shout out.
I will be glad to.
Sound good? Okay, excellent. Any questions before we get started?
No.
Okay. Very good. So one of our first slide here is just something to read, but excellence in the classroom begins with excellence at the boardroom, because you guys are the absolute top of the school division. So you're at the top and everything down below. So if there is an excellence up there at your level, then there's not going to be excellence as it trickles down, is the concept here. So our first exercise for you guys to do is just on your notepad or your paperwork there. If you could just take a couple minutes to jot down a couple items from these 3 questions. What did you expect when you became a school board member or superintendent? What have you discovered since becoming one? And what kind of support do you need in order to be more successful in your role? And support means maybe internal support or external support. Support from your fellow board members, support from the superintendent, support from the community. But I just want to hear where everyone's coming from there.
Kitchen over there, it's in the fridge.
Okay.
And Jason, you want to just give me a thumbs up when when you can see everyone's done?
I still see writing, so.
Okay.
Not having a good thinking day.
Yes, thank you so much.
We're almost ready. Okay, we're ready.
Okay. I'm going to call on Susan Mealy first to go.
Okay, so what did you expect from your role on the school board? Well, to be involved in developing and helping to develop the direction of the division, the governance of the division, and being involved in some of the for instance, the methods of teaching. That doesn't mean down at the teacher level, but overall, what kind of teaching methods are we going to be looking at programs of study, just general overall kind of global involvement in the division.
And so that was prior to getting on the board. What did you discover as your role once you got on the board?
The thing that first came to my mind is that it takes a lot more of my time and effort than I realized that it would take to be fully informed enough to make relevant decisions and I feel like appropriate decisions regarding issues brought before the board.
And is there anything you need in your role to be feel more supported to do the best job that you can do?
I think for me, just easier access to requested information and more detailed information in certain respects.
Give me an example.
More information, for instance, regarding the budget process. That's just one. More information regarding how that's put together, how we arrive at the specific areas of expenditure that we do, year-to-date information that's easy to get to, that sort of thing.
Okay, great. Okay, how about Susan Kirby?
I couldn't think of an answer, so I'm still writing down the second one. Hang on just a second.
But that's okay. Do you want me to go on to the next person?
I'm good. Just let me.
Okay.
Before it leaves the station. What did I expect? I expected to be a part of a team that would provide the best quality education that the county could provide for our students, for our children. What are you discovering about your role as a school board member? The difficulty of the decisions. Sometimes there is a line of what you think is the best decision you can make, and then the decision that would make your constituents happy. And you really want to appease the people that voted you in office. That's why you're here. And kind of support you need. So of course, it's always good in anything to have a good team base to rely on.
All right, great. Thank you. How about Marcus?
Expectation was my role would be part of hiring a superintendent, creating policy, and approving budget. But the superintendent runs all aspects of the school system. Discovery, I'm one of 7, and not everyone has the same expectation. Support, strong chairman, strong superintendent, continued communication with my communities. And I put an S in parentheses.
I'm jotting down as you guys are talking, so pardon the pause. Okay, how about John?
Well, I expect it to be an advocate for the parents in my district, ombudsman, so to speak, and to help parents with any problems they might have. And I quickly discovered that we function only as a group and not as individuals, and that helping parents solve their problems is not my job. It's the school administration's job. And my first year, I overstepped my bounds somewhat and was put in place by the superintendent, and I'm thankful for that. And as far as being supported, I have felt very supported in my 9 years. And I think the main reason is that we've had effective communication between the board and the administration.
Okay, is there any area that you feel could it be improved upon?
Not really.
That's a big discovery you had.
What?
But you're not alone. A lot of school board members have had that discovery. Okay, who do we have? Georgia.
Okay, what did I expect from my role as a school board member? I came in really expecting to work collegially with fellow board members, building relationships with them, as well as the superintendent, and also just continuing my desire and really my objective for running in and of itself was to help our school division continue to just become better and better. So that was my expectation for my role on the school board. And what am I discovering about my role? I don't know that we have time to hear all the things that I have discovered. Life is busy as a school board member. I think certainly if you give 100%, and I'm just someone that does that. I'm just all in. So perhaps maybe I need to learn to balance, perhaps maybe some things is what I've also learned. But being very, very busy is what I've discovered. Really spending a great deal of time for me understanding what my role is. And that meant initially attending the conference for new school board members. And I walked away from there with a lot of information and insight. And so it's still a learning curve for me. And so that's what I'm discovering about my role. I think it's ever evolving and understanding that I am an advocate, first and foremost, for the students and parents. And then the other question, what kind of support do you need in order to be successful in your role? I think for me to be successful as a school board member, I need to make sure that I'm well informed, that I fully understand those things that, as a board member, that I'm responsible for. And so I would look certainly to the superintendent and fellow board members to help guide me and help me in that process. I also, in terms of the support you need in order to be successful in your role, I think the communication is really key, as I said earlier. It's very, very important. And so I would certainly want to have that support in building strong communication.
Diana, do I still have Diana left?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I'm not on the board or superintendent. I'm the clerk.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I had your name written down as an attendee, so that's why I apologize. All right, Jason's left then. I'm sorry, Diana.
All right. I'll talk if you want me to, but this is their day.
I would love to hear Diana's expectations. So I would say one of my expectations coming in was that as a board member, I would be making a lot of major decisions on a monthly basis, which kind of segues into what I've discovered is that a lot of those decisions are actually made administratively. So there are still lots of important decisions to be made by the board, but not every little thing that I once thought was a school board decision is an actual board decision.
And what types of support do you need to feel most successful in your role?
Sure. So one of the most important would be contacts or contact in the administrative offices where when I receive questions from the community, I can either refer those individuals to that person to get the help and support and the answers that they need, or that can give me the answers that I can then relay on to the constituents who reach out to me. Information about what's going on in the schools. You know, I try to visit schools as often as I can to kind of see firsthand, but you can't be everywhere at all times. So it's nice to have people that can say, okay, these are some of the events that are going on. This is, you know, how we're doing academically, or we have this big project coming up, things like that. And then also just when SOL scores come out and things like that, someone that can kind of explain, okay, what happened, what's going on, what are we doing, or how did we do so well? You know, what worked there that we could replicate in other places.
And last but certainly not least, Dr. Bergen.
Well, as I shared in my opening remarks, and I've shared with the board, you know, as we were meeting through the interview process, what I expect, and certainly what I hope for, is to have a collaborative relationship with the school board and with the wider community, with our other central office leadership and with our principals and with the community at large, our parents and our faith leaders and our business leaders and all who call Bedford their home. And so with that expectation, I hope, I understand what my experience, I place a lot of significance on relationships and understanding and knowing people and learning people. So I'm not yet the superintendent here. I will be on June 1st, but I've made more than a half a dozen trips to Bedford over the past couple of months so that I could visit all 21 schools and have individual conversations. So I could sit down with all of the leaders in the central office and learn about them and their hopes and wishes and desires. And then yesterday and today, a chance to sit down with each of the board members individually and learn more about them as individuals in preparation for today's training, so we could talk more about ourselves as a team. So those are a lot of expectations and hopes. And what I'm discovering through all those conversations is that we have the same goals. We share the same value, which is most important to improve upon the lives of children and to serve kids. And grateful for that. I'm also learning as I go through these conversations that there is a very apparent breakdown in communication. I don't know why. Some of it is perception as it's being explained to me. There's a perception of a disconnect or a lack of communication between the schools and our central office, between other people's perceptions of the administration of the school board or the school board and the community. And so that's where I want to start my work, is deepening relationships in the community and having strong communication, as many of you have commented, wanting to have more information or access or timely responses or answers. Yes. And I want to share in the work with you and invite you in and work with you in the development of our policies, budget, governance of the school division. The kind of support I need, I'm restating what I said in my introductory remarks. Having a clear understanding of roles and responsibilities is of significant importance for me as a first-time superintendent, not a new administrator, but new to Bedford. So each community has its own written and unwritten practices and processes. And so I am working hard to understand particularly the unwritten practices and processes and see how those match with the written policies of the school board, to see where there's tight alignment, and where there's not, to bring our practice in alignment with our policies, or to change our policies to be in alignment with our practices. And that part of that work really happens here today, where we're going to earnestly attempt together to have a clarity for all of us about our roles and responsibilities. And then I hope this goes back to kind of support I'd like to have, is some guiding document that is a reflection of our time here together today, that will guide my work, our work, not just in this moment, but future boards and future superintendents, and having a clear understanding of Bedford. This is our understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the school board and the superintendent.
Awesome. Those are all, well, we're all in the right place then. This is great. One of the best times, I feel like school boards and superintendents together make the governance team. And anytime you have a change in members, whether it's a single school board member, multiple school board members, or new superintendent, anytime there's any change, that changes the dynamics of the team. And I think that reviewing roles and responsibilities and norms and protocol as a team fully invests that team in those decisions and those norms and protocols to establish how we go about doing business. So this is perfect. This is perfect opportunity to do that. And given that this is your first, this is pretty exciting. Okay, so board versus superintendent roles and responsibilities. What is the difference between the board's role and the superintendent's role? That's a big question. All right, so I have another little job for you guys. So I want you to identify 3 roles of the board and 3 distinct roles of the superintendent. Marcus is going to nail this right out of the chute.
Don't we all, just don't call me first.
I don't know if you heard that.
What did they say?
Ms. Kirby said, don't wait on her, but also don't call her first.
Okay, I promise. All right, so this exercise calls for you guys to discuss it with, your neighbor or something. It's the person sitting next to you. And then we can chart kind of some 3 of the highlights for each. But I don't have a problem if you guys don't, just kind of discussing it as a group. Is that okay? Or do you guys want to chat it out with just one other person first? Okay. All right. So we can go with a shout out. I won't call on any one person.
I'll be first. I'll go first.
So first role and or responsibility of a board member that came to mind?
Hire the superintendent.
I don't know if all this is going to fit on here. Not sure how they set all this up. All right. All right. Very good.
Be an advocate.
Be an advocate.
The community or students.
I also got something like there's a little thing blocking what I can't even see the thing. Okay. All right.
Policy development.
I wonder if I can add another block. Does anybody have anything else?
Budget.
I'm going to see if I can add content. Okay. Anything else?
Setting goals for the division.
Anything else? Anybody? We'll squeeze them all in there. I know that's more than 3, but we're going to talk about them. Anything else come to mind? All right. What's the superintendent? And this is not just for Dr. Bergen. Anybody can answer this. What are the roles and responsibilities of the superintendent?
Day-to-day operation of the division.
I'm gonna, let's say. Okay,
Number 1 goal should be to assure that effective instruction is happening in all schools.
is that part of the day-to-day operations of the school division? Or
Yeah.
is there something more, I mean, that's kind of rolled into it. Was there something more specific?
Just that our responsibility of the superintendent is to make sure that all the schools are operating effectively instructionally, to hire the appropriate people to help get that job done, from principals to central office administrators to directors.
Yeah. So let's, that's hire division employees, we'll say. Okay.
I've got community liaison.
I always spell this word wrong. Okay. Anybody else?
And what I wrote is very similar to what we've already discussed, but maybe it's slightly different. I see the superintendent's role, of course, with everything listed there, but also as being that key voice for our division and our community. That he or she is the voice of of the community and division. He's setting the tone. He's or she. They are articulating what the vision and what the goals are. And you look to that individual as really establishing that and setting that tone for us. That was a lot, really being the voice.
Okay.
So it's really affirming for me to hear what you all have as an expectation for the superintendent, because it's virtually what I would have. Maybe in this order of importance, or not necessarily in this order of importance, but these were the three that I had written out. First, to hire, place, support, and evaluate staff. I think it as getting the right people on the bus and making sure they're in the right seats, as I see as my responsibility. Because when I have the right people on the bus in the right seats, to John's point, I then need to make sure that that team is monitoring the effectiveness of the instruction that is happening, including the social and emotional well-being of children. We have a safe, productive learning environment for all of our students. You see, as collaborative work with that team that I've hired and evaluated and supported. And then to several of your points, as Georgia was articulating, I see it as my responsibility to facilitate that interaction with the wider community, not just first and foremost you and with our executive leadership team and our principals, but also with our teachers, our staff, our students, their parents, the community at large. That's my responsibility to make sure that everyone feels part and is invited into the conversation and has a contribution to make. So you all articulated that in your own way, and that is what I see as my primary responsibilities as well.
Very good. Let's talk a little bit, and we can discuss all of these points, but as far as the board goes, let's talk a little bit about hiring the superintendent and the budget are two of the biggies, and then the policy development are really the three main roles and responsibilities of the school board. So, but being an advocate, but I don't want to, you're an advocate for and you are a voice of the school division also. You are part of the governance team, and you are elected by the community to serve in that role. So yes, you are an advocate, and the other one, you do play a part in setting the division goals. So you are definitely the macro, if you can think of in terms of you're the macro and the superintendent is the micro. So you stay up here, big picture type stuff, and then the superintendent can focus in on through your direction in those broader picture goals and policy development. He goes about the day-to-day operations, staffing the entire division, and being and communicating with the division employees, parents, all the community, that sort of thing. So you guys did great. You nailed it. Very good. And if I knew how to, if they set up this thing so that it had more options there, I would have filled those up, but I'm not sure. I can probably add them, but I won't. I'm going to go back to, that one. No. Oh, that went back to the beginning. Okay, great. That's fun. All right, so now we have it in there. We have it to reference for the future board role or school board roles. And this is what VSB, so this is what's in VSBA's, all their content and all their information. And this is what guides them in their training modules, in all of their conferences and everything would be the school board duties, and all of their sessions at school board conferences, as you probably know, focus on different aspects of all these things. So in review of what you just said, policy making is a big part of your roles and responsibilities. It's one of your major functions and the foundation on which the division structure is built. So the setting of policies, those are like the laws that we live by here in Virginia and in our country. Designating the chief executive officer, the superintendent. The board is responsible for recruiting, hiring, and evaluating the performance of the superintendent. Do you guys have an annual evaluation process for the superintendent? Okay. Believe it or not, some school divisions don't. So good for you. And that is probably what I found to be one of the most challenging things to do, because a superintendent does so much, it's very hard to evaluate. It's a challenging evaluation structure as well. So good for you guys. Planning, goal setting, and evaluation. So that's setting the division goals, approve a master plan that defines goals and objectives. So again, remembering that you are the big picture. So you're setting goals like, large goals like academic improvement in the XYZ areas. And then or another large goal would be perhaps updating all buildings and facilities, period. And then the increments on how those types of things happen, the academic achievement and those types of things would be the superintendent and to develop. And then he would obviously share with you, but you again are the big picture. All right. Planning, goal setting, and evaluation. Oh, we just did that. Sorry. Financial resources. The board approves and adopts the budget. Remember someone earlier said something about, Susan did about, or was that Susan?
Yeah, more information about
The budget, right? So different boards have, and I even experienced this on the same school board, depending on the makeup of the board. Different boards and different members of the board needed more or less information in terms of the budget process. So this will be something that you as a team with this new superintendent coming on, that you will have to determine as a team what the board needs to function. So, and again, remembering that everybody is going to require maybe a different set of bits and pieces of information in order to make the best decision possible. Okay, exercising your leadership. So engaging the community, knowing what your vision, mission, and strategic goals are of the school system. Do you guys have a vision and a mission for your school division?
Yes.
Okay. So taking action on personnel matters. So basically you approve the recommendation of the superintendent. So as we had said just a couple slides ago, that the superintendent is responsible for hiring and staffing all of the positions, all the seats on the bus, as he said, which is a great analogy. So he's responsible for putting all the right people in all the right places, and you are responsible for ultimately for approving his recommendations. Appointing and evaluating the superintendent, determining educational standards and goals. So where you want to be educationally and academically, where you want your students to be, and then monitoring. So then you would say to the superintendent, we want our students to be here. And then the superintendent would figure out the ways with his team, which would be all the other staff members on board, how they're going to get the students to here. And then he'd bring that to you and say, this is how we're going to do it. And you say, okay, awesome, go for it. And then your job is to monitor their progress. Okay. Monitoring the system's management for continuous improvement goes along the same lines. Adopting policies for the school system operations. And I understand you guys are a part of the VSBA's policies, legal and policy services, correct? Yeah. So they basically keep everybody, and it's a great service that they provide because they keep all the policies up to date, you know, new laws that come through, changes to any existing laws that might impact policy. They notify all school divisions about that. Some policies might be specific to your school division, or might require tweaks to that policy that are specific to your school division, but the bones of the policy are legally sound based on VSBA's recommendations. And you're adopting them. So you don't have to go through the process of updating them in terms of the legality and legal changes, but you are responsible for adopting them. And I think that we might talk about it a little bit later. Dr. Bergen had recognized that, or perhaps has recommended that a policy committee be established, and we can talk about that to keep tabs on all of these updates and making sure that your policies are current. And so a policy committee might just kind of keep tabs on that and then make the recommendation to the board at a board meeting for the process to start, just to ensure that all policies are up to date. But we will talk about that more specifically in a little while. Determining school facilities needs. So making sure all of your schools are up to speed facility wise and up to code and all that other stuff, but then also determining any renovations or updates or new boilers, or prioritizing who needs what and how that all works. So a capital improvement plan, essentially. And do you guys have one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. And does your city appropriating body require you to have one?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a really big help in determining school facility needs as well, especially when perhaps new schools are needed. Establishing attendance zones. One of the most exciting things that a school board gets to do is reestablish attendance zones should the need arise. Have you guys been through that?
Yes.
I have not.
No, I have not.
It's good times.
Yeah.
Really, the kids don't mind, it's the parents.
Right.
Interpreting school system needs to the community. So basically being that liaison with your constituents and your communities, as Marcus said, I liked that, adding the S, just to make sure that they understand what's going on, because I believe somebody referenced this earlier. Oftentimes it's maybe perhaps a misunderstanding or miscommunication of what they think or what their perception is about what's going on in the schools. Maintaining ongoing two-way communication with division stakeholders, and that would be your city council and other major stakeholders within your community, and advancing a legislative agenda and grassroots advocacy efforts. So you are going to, has anybody been down to the General Assembly to lobby on behalf of your school division, met with your legislators, that sort of thing? Do you guys participate in those things?
I have many years ago.
Well, and VSBA helps to facilitate that as well at the state level, but also at the national level, and going to DC and advocating for public education, but also specifically within your area. Your congressmen and senators are need to know. They want to know what's going on and the decisions that they make and how they impact you. So that advocacy is a big part of your job as a leader in the school division. And then adjudication and investigation. So the board this is one thing that doesn't normally come up when asked about roles and responsibilities. But it is you're the end of the road for any personnel action and that sort of thing. So you may have to hear appeals on issues that involve board policy implementation or any investigation of a school employee and that sort of thing. You are the appeals process. So the superintendent is in charge of the day-to-day operations and his staff, the entire staff of the school division. And one of the reasons why school board members cannot and should not get involved in that is because you're the appellate court, essentially, when it comes to personnel. And so if they appeal a decision of the superintendent, then they would appeal it and it would ultimately come to you. So one of the important, and that's a really important role that I don't know that is talked about a whole lot in just your day-to-day stuff, because but it's one of the most important reasons why you should not get involved and weigh in on all the other division employee minutia, for lack of a better term. But if there's an issue, okay, let's say, for example, a parent says, my kid's second grade teacher is terrible and I want them fired. If you get involved with that process, I mean, your first reaction should be, have you discussed this with the principal and the superintendent and that sort of thing? And I really want to encourage you to follow the chain of command there. But one of the reasons why you really, really should not get involved is because if something were to truly come of that in a disciplinary action for the employee, then you're the appeals process. So keep that in mind. We shall talk about that later as well. Establishing bylaws, the board is responsible for procedures for the operation of the board, electing officers. And do you guys elect your chair each year?
Yes.
How do you, your chair and your vice chair? And then do you switch it around? How does that work? Do you share that responsibility, or is it, do you come to a consensus first? How do you guys go about doing that?
We really have a set standard. It's just kind of the way it's always been done.
Okay, good. Awesome. So review and evaluate board operations and performances. This is establish and maintain effective board superintendent relations. So review and evaluate board operations and performances. Do you do a self-evaluation each year?
No.
Okay. And that's something to consider. And once you have your norms and protocols established, that is a much easier thing to implement, because then you can kind of follow along and say, oh, you know what, we didn't do that so good this year. We need to work on this. So that's something that perhaps you can consider after we finish up today. Retaining an attorney, that's something you guys should decide each year when you vote on.
Oh, each year.
It typically is your the beginning of the year, your first meeting of the year. You kind of go through just some standard rubber stamping of things. It's probably in there and you don't even realize it.
We should add that to our list.
Yeah.
Because I think in the past, we've just retained the attorney and just kept that attorney unless something happened down the road.
Okay.
Something to discuss at least.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it might be just something to consider for your reorganizational meeting, just an affirmation that you still want to retain that attorney. And so what that does is it gives you the flexibility to change if you want, without making a big, stink of things. Setting strategy and coordinating litigation decisions. That it really doesn't come up a whole lot, but if you have, and that's something to work with your attorney on, should you need to, if you end up in litigation. I mean, it happens. Don't get me wrong, but it is not that often. My husband practiced law for 30 years and now he's a circuit judge, and he never had to recuse himself because I was on the board. So it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. So having some, and perhaps even just checking in with your board attorney to make sure that you have policies in place for that sort of thing. Should any litigation come up, what do you do? Okay, and it might be in not necessarily policy, but in your regulations. Let's see, establishing and maintaining effective board superintendent relations. To me, that should be probably at the top of the list. Reviewing and evaluating board operations and performance. That kind of goes back to the review and evaluate yourselves. And then working with city, county, and other government and non-government officials and agencies. Now, the superintendent's roles.
Hey, Carrie, can we go back to one?
Of course.
On the reviewing and evaluating board operations and performance.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that?
Well, you're self-governing. So that would be like doing a self-evaluation each year. And you're responsible for, so there's no one above you, no one above the board. So you're self-policing, and were someone talking?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sounded like someone was asking a question. And so you should evaluate yourselves as a unit each year. But I would also say that there should be a gentleman's agreement, for lack of a better word, amongst yourselves to police one another and feel comfortable in saying to one another, I really don't, if something doesn't feel right, or something is amiss, or someone is behaving in a manner that isn't a norm or protocol that you have established as a board, that you should be comfortable enough to say, this is not what we had decided as a board. This is not the behavior that we had decided on. So we need to get this in check. So you're self-policing. Nobody else is going to say anything.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Is there a time of the year that's best? Like, is that a beginning of the year, end of the year, kind of mid-year checkup? That's kind of standard for that.
I mean, that's really up to you guys. Summer is typically, and when the superintendent's evaluation is, usually towards the end of the year, that's kind of, if we're going to evaluate that part of our team, then we should evaluate ourselves as well. So for it to coincide with the superintendent's evaluation, I think is fair. How did he do? How did we do? Kind of thing. But that ultimately is up to you, and there are no set standards there.
Thanks.
Okay, back to the superintendent. Serves as chief executive officer, carries out laws and regulations relating to schools, develops regulations and procedures of the school system that are aligned with policies. So yeah, typically the policies, And I was looking at your policies, and there's usually regulations that go with policies. So you establish the kind of like you establish the goal, and then the superintendent establishes how we're going to meet that goal. It's the same way with the policy. So you establish the policy, and the superintendent establishes the regulation or writes the regulation to say, this is how we're going to adhere to this policy. And see, manages the schools and employees' day-to-day operations. All employees report to the superintendent, and he recommends all personnel to be hired. Assists and advises board in creating goals. Do you do Jason, do you guys do a goal setting session typically each year with the superintendent?
We have not historically.
Okay. And then, and Mark, what is your expectation for goals, like division goals?
Great question. As I'm learning Bedford, I want to know the board's involvement in the development of our strategic plan, because those are the overarching goals of the school division.
Mm-hmm.
In my experience, a strategic plan is cyclical. So you might develop a strategic plan that will carry you forward for 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And each year you revisit your strategic plan to see, are we making progress towards our goals? How do we know we're being successful? What data have we been collecting to determine the effectiveness and efficiency of our work as a school division? Do we need to refine our goals or our strategies relative to our strategic plan? So in answer to your question, Carrie, the goals are not a standalone or a set aside. They're embedded within the strategic framework of the school division. So if the board has not had involvement in the past, that would be something I would work towards. Not just the board, the wider community. I would establish a strategic framework working group that would include liaisons from the board, the community, schools. It guides the work for everyone, so there should be many voices involved in that development. And the board would take formal action to approve that framework. And then each year, as the chief executive officer, I would report out to the board in predictable ways the progress we're making towards our strategic framework and the attainment of those goals. That's my experience in many places that I work. So I'm listening and learning for those processes to be in place.
So John, Jason, Susan, you guys have never been involved with that strategic plan that they bring updates to us on. And I know we get reports and say, here's where we are, here's what we're tweaking or language changing. So you guys were not involved with that overall strategic plan?
Yeah.
Not with the implementation of it.
Well, I know not the implementation of it, but I mean like creating that.
It was presented to us.
Okay, so it was presented and you guys agreed to it.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
And if there were certain parts of it that we disagreed with, then it was changed.
Right, and I know we've done that over the years. I mean, of like updates or bringing it to. Okay, so it's been more of a, I guess the superintendent created the master plan and then brought it to us and we made tweaks and changes. Okay, because I knew we had made feedback and made changes to it and kind of sent people in different directions if it wasn't where we wanted to go. But the overall master plan was not created by the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was maybe more of a collaborative effort with different administrative team members. I think they had a committee within that, but yeah, I don't recall actually playing an active role in developing that.
Yeah, I can say that as a director, we were championed different sections of that. So like mine was preschool and kindergarten. So I would get together a committee of people to help develop goals, go out, try to determine what our needs were, and then put that together with some suggestions about how we were going to do that. And then, if you remember, I would present that to you.
Right.
But you were never really involved in the creation of it.
So Gary, I think there's probably a way to
Right. So I think that this is a really great, so the board should, and I mentioned this earlier, the board should be setting and should be involved in setting those great big overarching goals. And there should only be like 3, maybe 4 of
Right.
them. And then how those and then there can be like a flow chart of things that happen underneath those goals. Like for example, if your one overarching goal is to improve the academic achievement or on SOLs at all levels, then you can imagine the flow chart that's going to come out of that, right? But you're not involved in necessarily setting all of those benchmarks and increments and how we're going to get there and any of that, but you're setting those great big overarching goals for the student, for you to give to the superintendent, and the superintendent to go to his staff and say, okay, here's our goals. How are we going to get there? And then they bring it back to you and for your approval. Now you have board docs. So here's a really fun feature about board docs is that in everything that's on your agenda, you can tie it to a section of your goals. And so whenever something comes up on the agenda, you can have it, perhaps in red, this addresses, this goes with this goal or this, set of goals, or rather this falls within this section of goal number 1, kind of thing. So if you're talking about elementary education or perhaps a new math curriculum, for elementary math, it would meet that, it would be meeting that section 3C of this overarching goal. So you can kind of track what you're doing and how they relate back to your goals. It's a really cool feature. Really cool.
Can I elaborate on that? As we go back to, so the purpose of our having this discussion, about what we hope to achieve moving forward. You mentioned earlier, and I just want to repeat it, the board's role is at a macro level and the micro is for the staff of the school division. So I would want for the board to, with me, develop the macro goals. They're predictable. Carrie mentioned one, high academic expectations for all children. The board would affirm that yes, we want high academic expectations for all children. Now, how will we achieve high academic expectations for all children is the work of professional staff. Susan mentioned that she would develop those strategies as a director of curriculum and instruction, or others as a director of special education, student services. And we would update the board and inform the board, but we would not be asking the board to take action on those strategies. We're asking you to take action on the goal. We would have a goal for hiring, retaining, and developing a highly diverse staff. That would be a goal the board may want to have. How we hire and recruit and retain and support that staff is micro, and it's the work of the professional staff and human resources and professional development. And we would update and inform the board of our work, but we wouldn't ask them to take action on those strategies. And there would be outcomes, there would be reports, there would be presentations throughout the school year that would point back to the goal. So if the goal is high academic expectations for children, we would come back and share with you at the appropriate time, how are we doing on accreditation, on AP enrollment, on dual enrollment, on elementary PALS assessments. There's a number of ways that we can measure high academic expectations. And so to Carrie's point that when we're making these presentations or sharing these reports, we can color code them or in some other way report back to, this is evidence of attainment towards goal 1. This is evidence of attainment towards goal 2. So those goals should be set, in my experience, they're big picture, and they would cover a period of 3, 4, even 5 years. And then that's our strategic framework for a period of time. And when it times out, we develop a new strategic framework. Oftentimes we continue with those same goals, or we might develop new goals. But throughout any given school year, the work of the superintendent is to keep the board informed of our progress towards those goals. And on a daily basis to manage staff with the implementation of the strategies that will work towards the attainment of those goals.
Right. And that's in there, the established strategies for goal implementation, but also an annual review of your overarching goals is important because you might want to tweak something. Something might come up that you say, you know what, we really need to add state-of-the-art facilities and and technologies for, at every level. Something along those lines that perhaps you might have missed or you might want to add something to a goal. So annual review of goals is important, even though perhaps you're setting goals as part of a strategic plan. It is not necessarily the entire strategic plan. So an annual review is still important. So don't forget that. Here's one that I kind of mentioned earlier. So we're still at the superintendent advises board on policy development. And that is, that policy committee that I mentioned earlier that Dr. Bergen had perhaps might want to look at implementing you would be as a committee reviewing policy and then making a recommendation to the rest of the board to say we need to update this and that sort of thing. Policy development, and then the superintendent might come to you and say we don't have a policy for X, Y, and Z. and we really need to consider this. Here's my recommendation. Here's the research that I've done. Here's what VSBA recommends. And then, you go through the process of that sort of thing. So that is, that's a governance team thing together that you work and that you work on policies, you approve them, and the superintendent advises on them. Creates and implements administrative procedures to carry out policy. Those are the regulations and procedures I was mentioning earlier, and establishes strategies for goal implementation. Works with administrators to develop a draft budget. And then and processes, and I don't know what the process has been in the past. There are a couple mentions of the budget earlier. And I think that with Dr. Bergen coming on, I think that that's a conversation for you guys to have as a team and how you want that process to look. So some school boards are hyper involved and others are less involved and let the superintendent and the administrators draft the budget. They review it, pick things out, send it back to the superintendent and his staff, and it comes back. I was part of a board where, multiple boards where there were different processes, and I much preferred one where I was a little less involved and I let somebody get down into the inner workings of it and then just make recommendations. But then I was also had board members that wanted to know every line item. That became a lot of work for me. And because that was not my forte. But that is something that you as a team will need to decide what is going to work best for you. Okay. So
Please, Carrie, we have a.
Yeah.
Well, before we get too far with this, let's just think about this. It was Dr. Neely's recommendation last year. I liked what we were kind of hitting on last time when we were talking about the budget process, when we all went around the table and said what was our priorities. And I think it would have been more effective if we had actually taken the time and discussed it and came up with a list of priorities of our own to be able to present to Dr. Bergen, to let him know where we stand and if we come together collectively as a unit. So if we could possibly at some point in time implement that more fully.
But isn't that where we have the opportunity to talk with the superintendent directly?
Well,
When we're setting
we're
budget?
always going to have that open line, but if we can if you go in and say you want, yeah, I'm just saying this because you're at Jefferson Forest. I'm not saying this any other reason, but if you go in, but if you say you want improvements at Jefferson Forest and Dr. Miller says she wants improvements at Stanton River, then we can talk about which improvements are the greater need as a whole, because you may just want, and you may want a fresh coat of paint, but you may have a wall that's falling down. I mean, I know that's really extreme.
But that's
to
from a
me-
CIP perspective is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, I was talking overall.
well, and whatever else we feel that we need to jump in on or voice opinion on. If we have an overall, if we could have like a big picture of where ahead of time, where we're going to look at maybe less money going into one part of the budget, more money going here. And then we can kind of relate to what we need of CIPs or raises or bonuses or. That makes sense?
Yeah, I just think it gives us the opportunity to hear what is important to other board members, because what's important to me, you know, you may make a great case for this is why we need what you're suggesting. And, you know, it may be, you know, you're right. We need that more than we need what I want.
Right.
So I think it's important I agree. I think we should be talking about what our desires are together. We can talk to them certainly independently as well, but it's important for me to know it's important for me to know what you're thinking, because I may very well say, you know what, that's a much better idea than mine. Let's put mine to the side.
Priority with need, like,
Yeah,
you know, Stanton River and Liberty both need new auditoriums.
Right.
You know,
But not knowing what you're
but
thinking.
it's also more important. I mean, I know the auditoriums are important. I'm not selling this short in any way, shape, or form. But if collectively we know that we have, again, I keep going back to CIPs, but an auditorium revamp as opposed to boilers to keep the kids warm in the winter. You know, we need to make sure we're all on the same page.
I agree with you, Susan, on that. I also think the other piece to how that helps us is that, and I mentioned this earlier, the importance I feel of us working just collegiately together and building that team. And so when we're having, to me, the open dialogue and discussion about topics like that, to me, that's just really helping us to build and become an even stronger team. And I think that's important for the community to see that.
But I mean, while we were here and talking about the development of the draft budget, I wanted to make sure that we got that out there to see if it would be possible if we could keep that as part of and develop onto it a little bit further as part of our regular routine.
Yeah, and remember your role as the macro big picture folks, and that the micro stuff and the minutia does not necessarily fall under your role and responsibility. So I'm just going to caution you about kind of getting into the nitty-gritty things there. Understanding your capital improvement plan is really important. Those would be like facility updates and, you know, where things fall, how they're going to be prioritized, and that sort of thing is very important. The number of dollars that goes, the big number of dollars that goes towards capital improvement is the number that is important to you. How those dollars get spent on the line items is the superintendent's job. He might be able to, you know, and so you getting involved in, well, $500,000 is for painting, and that means that there's an additional $200,000, and I want that spent on auditorium repairs and that sort of thing. That isn't necessarily the board level stuff, but ensuring that there's the big enough dollar amount going into the capital improvement fund would be. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess where I was going around with this, I wasn't saying that, okay, out of this budget, I want to see $500,000. I wasn't talking about micromanaging. I was talking about giving a general overall idea to the development of the budget as to what our priorities would be. I'm not saying to micromanage and say, spend $200 to replace a couple gallons of paint. Or you can only spend $22 in postage this year. You know, I don't care about that. But I do want what we deem as a whole of a priority to be taken into consideration.
What you mean is the things that we want on the list.
Right.
And then it's up to him.
Yeah, a wish,
and his team to figure out how to-
basically a wish list, a wish list that we've come up with together.
Yeah, because I think if we have, like last time all of us came up with, I think it was 13 or 14 items. Well, we're not going to get 13 or 14 items that we want. The money just isn't there to do that. But if we can narrow that down to 2 or 3, we might get 2 and we might get 3 or whatever.
It's like Dr. Hicks is trying to jump in.
Sorry.
But I think we need to keep in mind that the people who have the big picture of the priority that these CIP items and wish list items should have, or the superintendent and the director of operations. They know which buildings are more in need of paint than others, or which heating and air conditioning units are going to go out. So we can tell them what we think each school needs, but it should be up to them to prioritize as to which ones of those things are the school division is in most need of.
Yeah. And, you know, big items. And I think that it's a really important exercise to go through to say, what are your budget priorities for each individual school board member? Because it does kind of, it helps you understand where other board members are coming from, and helps you, it like might have light bulbs go off and that sort of thing. But I just caution you not to get into the weeds too much. And like my goal is for this budget year that we get a full-time nurse at every school, or, you know, that sort of thing, or we reduce our class size by 3 students per class, which means that would require hiring more teachers, you know, so big things like that. And then the superintendent takes that information and he goes and he works with his team, like, how can we make this work? And then brings back the recommendations for the next draft. Does that make sense?
So Carrie, are we doing that with what you just suggested? Are we doing that as a group, as board members collectively, or are we doing that individually? Is that your recommendation, that you do it individually and share it with the superintendent? Or can we come with our individual thoughts and suggestions and collectively as a group discuss it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it can be a combination of both, but I think it's kind of the kickoff to starting the budget process, where the superintendent, you might have a mini retreat or something, and the superintendent says, okay, it's the start of the budget process. Let's set let me hear what your wish list is, and you might all throw things out there and then collectively as a group decide that, you know what, the school nurses, the reduced class size, and iPads, a one-to-one iPad initiative are our 3 biggest wish list items. And then the superintendent goes and works with his team and comes back and sees how that pans out. And then you just kind of work through the process there.
It's bigger picture items, not like smaller specific projects. Because like Dr. Mealy just used a great example of salaries. So we would like to see compensation, and then superintendent and their staff decide, is it 5%? Is it 3.5%?
Yes.
Okay.
But also, I think I know we can, according to Dr. Bergen's goals, we can pick up the phone and call him anytime and talk to him
Right,
individually about this. But I also think too,
Yes.
like what we were trying to develop before, having it out in the open so we can keep that scope of transparency open. So that way people don't think we're going behind their backs and saying something that we wouldn't say in front of these cameras that are here.
Mhm. Right. But I think that it's for the benefit of your team to have these conversations as a team is worth it because, I mean, you're having thoughts that the other team members might benefit from and contribute to develop this, this wish list that, or they might add to it or provide a different perspective. And so I think that it's really beneficial. I'm not saying don't call up the superintendent and say, here are some of my thoughts and ideas, but I think that because you are only powerful as a unit, and you only make decisions as a unit, I think that the conversations that you have in these processes that are part of your job, I think the more you can have together, the better.
Can I put another layer of frosting on that cake?
I have a hard time hearing you, Dr. Bergen. I'm sorry.
So here's my-
He
That's
wants,
why I'm like doing this.
wants to put more frosting on the cake.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
In the ceiling.
Oh, they're in the ceiling. Okay. So, I just want to share with you some of the experiences I've seen out of the school divisions that I think complement very well what you're all talking about. On an annual basis, and usually in a retreat setting in the summertime, I would ask this question that we're having right now. What are some of our unmet needs? It's a long list. It's not just compensation for teachers. It's more refined than that. We're competitive at year 1, but we're not competitive at year 10, 15, and 20. So we want to have a long-term compensation strategy to retain our high-quality teachers. It's not just the auditoriums at 2 schools. We have aging elementary school buildings that serve their communities, and we need to have a long-term strategy for maintaining those buildings. There's lots of HVAC concerns. We create this long list of unmet needs early on in the year. And we tie that to our strategic plan. So, there's a correlation between what are our goals that are articulated in our strategic plan and our budget. Are we funding what we said is most important to us? So, for instance, one of our overarching goals would be hiring and retaining and supporting diverse staff. That's a goal. And so an unmet need might be, well, we're not paying teachers at years 10, 15, and 20 enough to retain them. So there's a connection between goal and the development of budget strategies. And I like to do that early in the school year because then we talked about legislative advocacy also earlier in this presentation. As we're meeting with the Board of Supervisors and with the local delegation, and they're preparing to go into session, and we're asking them for additional funding, we're tying the why. So we have a strategic goal. I'm just going to overuse the same example. We have a strategic goal to retain high quality, diversified staff. Budgetarily, we need additional funding to be more competitive at years 10, 15, and 20. So, Madam Supervisor, Madam Delegate, when we get to that part of the year where we're going to be advocating for the needs of the school division, we want to tie it back to the development of our budget and to our strategic plan. And so that's all at a macro level. We would have that discussion in a retreat format. We would collaboratively develop a list of unmet needs. And that list, they would stay on there until we funded them and we figured out how to do it. Or we made a decision the following year to remove them from the unmet needs. It could be a fluid list throughout the school year, but we generally know what the big picture items are that we need. I think I've mentioned several of them here. If that makes sense to you all. So to Mrs. Kirby's point, all the board members should have involvement in the development of those unmet needs. I totally agree. As we're identifying them now. And then all the board members should have input on what are the big goals, and then they tie together. So when we get into the development of the budget, you'll see as the budget is being developed by professional staff, it is addressing those unmet needs, and it is we're putting funding towards those goals. Does that all make sense, how that all ties together? So that would be my vision for how we synthesize some of these topics that we discussed.
Right, awesome. This is really good discussion, guys. Really good. So I'll just say the difference again, think macro versus micro. We've mentioned that a few times. The board is policy, goals, accountability, community leadership, the superintendent, staff, operations, educational leadership. The superintendent's job is really really involved. lots of nitty gritty stuff, and the board's is big picture. All right, this is just kind of a chart, again, drawing a distinction between the two. You're looking at ends and results. Why do we do it? What is it? How much does it cost? Vision, mission, goals, big picture items. The superintendent is needs, how we go about doing it, when we're going to do it, where we're going to do it, who's going to be involved, objectives, action plans, regulations, procedures, the nitty gritty. So that's just another visual for you guys.
Dan, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Notice if you could go back to that.
Sure.
And when we did that, I was afraid it was like a trust fall kind of exercise you had us doing here, but I'm glad it's not. I think it's interesting that the how is not also on the board side. Because could that not be a natural question for a board member? Okay, I like the vision, but how exactly are you planning to implement that? Is that kind of an out of bounds question for a board member to maybe ask during a staff presentation on maybe an action plan?
That would be part of the monitoring.
Okay.
And so in the reporting process. So why do we want to do something? Let me think of an example. All right, you say the board says we want a new elementary math curriculum. We've had horrible elementary math scores for ever, and we need something that is going to be effective. What we're doing isn't working. Okay, so that goes to the superintendent, and he does his research and he makes a recommendation to you for the what. What is it going to be? So you decide. He comes to you and he says, Singapore math is my recommendation to you because of these reasons, and I've done the research, and this is what is going to be best for Bedford County Public Schools. So that's the what. And then you say, how much is it? and he tells you. And then the how is, so once you approve it, then the how is, how are we going to implement this? Are we going to start with 1 classroom, 2 classrooms, kindergarten first? The second year, we're going to add kindergarten first grade. The next year at kindergarten. So the how is his decision. And when are we going to start this? Where is it going to happen? Is it going to happen at 1 school or 2 schools, 3 schools? And who is going to do it? So, and you know, who's going to make it happen? So does that help visualize like what a big decision like that would, how those questions get answered?
It does, I think. So we don't necessarily need to be trying to help the superintendent develop the rollout as much as just monitoring once the rollout.
Right. And then so once as it's happening, so then he comes back and he says, okay, here's my plan. You know, we're going to start at these 3 elementary schools in kindergarten only on, you know, in September of this year. And then this is how it's going to progress. And by year 4, we're going to have it in every classroom at every elementary school and K through 3. So, you know, he provides the picture and the rollout, and you say, okay, that's great. And then it would come back to you for monitoring with reports by the superintendent or maybe the math coordinator, or, you know, somebody would say, here's how we're doing, because you're the you're monitoring the progress and your decision.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions on that? Was that an example that made sense? I hope it was.
Good slide. This is a very good slide.
Yeah, and everybody processes information differently. So this makes a lot of sense. To me, I can kind of see the lane. So and again, it's really important to stay in your lane, because that develops the trust and that you need to work well with your team, which between the board and the superintendent. So, and staying in your lane is really important. The superintendent has to trust and know that the board is going to allow him to do his job, and you need to trust that the superintendent is going to allow you to do your job. So what is something that can build trust with the board, between the board and the superintendent?
Open communication.
You can just shout it out if you have a thought.
Shout it out, open communication.
I got that. Awesome. That's perfect.
I think public support is another one.
Anything else? Staying in your lane. That can build trust. So again, knowing, staying.
Yep.
For building trust is when there are questions or concerns, go directly to me if there's a question or concern. I heard, I'm concerned about, or whatever the case may be, and between one another, and not wait until we're together here in this room in a formal board meeting to ask that question you had 2 weeks ago, or that thought that you had 3 weeks ago, but to take action on it immediately. Some of you have said several times, and I just want to affirm and reinforce. I told Jason earlier, it's probably not healthy, but I don't know how to turn this off because I never do turn it off. So if you text me or you call me or you email me, you're my priority. So if you have a concern and you heard something, or you have a question, you have a need for more information, ask. Don't wait for a board meeting. That doesn't mean you can't ask in a board meeting, or we can't talk about it in a board meeting. We certainly can. It would be planned. It would be planned conversation at a board meeting. But let's have frequent, ongoing, regular communication. As we did yesterday, I met with each of you. I appreciated meeting with each of you, and I hope to do that regularly. Some schedule. Some of you may want them than others. That's fine. I just want to make sure that to build trust, we have ongoing, positive, healthy communication between one another, and particularly between individual members of the board.
Yeah. Respect for one another goes a long way to building trust. Listening, and you don't necessarily have to agree with everyone, but listening to understand goes a long way to building trust as well, and being respectful of other people's opinions. I think that probably one of the most difficult skills is to develop is listening, and you think that how could that be? But it is. So really listening to understand is a really important trust builder. And you end up learning things along the way. And I'm not saying that, especially if you're in disagreement on a hot topic with your fellow board members and or your superintendent. But listening to understand is not saying that you're going to change your mind, but it's just understanding why someone feels the way that they do. So think about things that build trust. And we can come back to this, but as we're going through this, think about things that can build trust with your team members, which would be all board members plus the superintendent. And what is something that could break trust? So once you build it up, what could you possibly do to break it?
Dishonesty. Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Good. Anything else? Getting blindsided at a board meeting, is that fun?
Yes.
Talking about one another instead of to one another.
Mhm. Good. So think about these things, and we can we can revisit this, but talking about things behind other people's backs, not listening, being disrespectful, these things that are just kind of common courtesy just among us as humans. Sometimes we forget when we get really passionate about things. And so just be mindful of that, and that you are a team and you can only accomplish goals as a unit. And that's really, really important. And it is important to trust one another.
And Carrie, if we find ourselves in that position, what's a good way to kind of, bring us back to a position of trust?
That's tough, but I think that it depends on the situation. But I think that reminding one another that we are all in this together. We are all one team, and we want to respect one another. Everyone is entitled to have their opinion and have their feelings, and genuinely wanting to know, not just saying it to say it, but genuinely wanting to know why someone feels the way they do, or what has happened to feel the way they do, and be respectful of how they feel. So can you give me an example? Maybe even of a past board where something happened.
Nothing off the top of my head. I'm just wondering if we ever went to a place where, I don't know, kind of use Dr. Bergen's example, maybe someone said something about something or someone, and it kind of got back, like, how can we all kind of get everyone back on the same page and start operating back again from a position of trust where we feel open to communicate with one another and work together as a cohesive team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's probably would fall on the chair to initiate that. If the chair is the problem, then the other board members need to, and again, you're self-policing, so that you need to be able to say, you need to agree as a unit to say, we are going to call each other out when things aren't going as we'd expect, or as we'd established they should, perhaps someone's misbehaving or something like that. So, but typically it would fall upon the chair to say, we have some dissension among the board, and I think that we need to get back to a better place.
Or Ms. Harrison has a comment. I just want to remind everyone, you heard it. So when I cause trouble, call me on it. Ms. Harrison, yep.
So, Carrie, just for some clarification, and I think you really made some really valuable points in terms of, as a team, just really understanding that we each have such a passion for our role, and we really are objective, are all the same. When you boil down to it, we just want what's really best for our students and moving our division along. But you mentioned calling out. I guess, a fellow board member out on it. Can you elaborate on that? Is that something that we do?
Not publicly, like, I'm not suggesting you publicly humiliate anybody. But
with that.
for example, let's say, let's say Jason was misbehaving. He said something, that was broke my trust, or something, I need to call him and say to him, I need to be able to call him and say, Jason, you know, what you said and what you did was offensive. But I really want to reestablish, a relationship because we're a team, and I want to understand why you feel that way. And then I need you to understand what you said, why what you said hurt. I think that these are just difficult conversations that we have to be able to have with one another in order to move forward.
I agree wholeheartedly. In fact, that's what we teach our students, that ability to talk it out and resolve their issues. And so,
Right.
Absolutely.
And so if you establish that, culture, I guess, then, and for some reason kids do it and we don't, I don't know why that is, but establishing the culture in your norms and protocols is important, because then you have something to go back on and say, we had agreed that we were going to be able to talk about these things when we had differences. And here we are.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here's a scenario. A board member posts a question on Facebook asking for input on the high school English teacher's behavior. She continues posting, stating that her daughter is upset because of the way the teacher runs her classroom and wants to know if others are having the same concerns. She goes to the superintendent and shows the concerns, wanting something and wants something changed. What is or isn't wrong with this scenario?
There's so many things.
So
Where
many.
shall we start?
Mary, as we get into these scenarios, can I just do a pulse check? We're coming up on the 2-hour mark. I don't know that we have any scheduled time to just break for 5 minutes to use the restroom, rebox.
Oh, yeah, you can get up and use the restroom anytime.
I know several folks have had to, but then when you're gone, you miss out on some of the conversations. So we can just
Okay.
establish a point where we're just going to take a 5-minute break so we can go outside and relax our
That'd be
mass and
nice.
breathe and stretch our bodies. I think we're scheduled till 6. Is that correct, folks?
We are.
We're at the 2-hour mark, so
Right?
It's 6 o'clock adjourn
I
on
know,
this.
but when we said it wasn't, it said, I
Yeah,
know,
we said it was
sorry.
5.
I'm good with whatever the answer is. I think we need to know though, is it 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock?
I have until 6, but
Well, it's still 5, but when it's all.
That's what I'm scared. Yeah. I didn't.
okay.
Mr. Chair, what do you just, I think it's important before we get too much further in, do we have 2 more hours or 3 more hours?
Yeah. So Carrie, since there was a bit of a miscommunication there at the beginning about the time, is there a way that we could try to wrap it up by 5?
I will do my best.
Okay.
So why don't we take a 5-minute break and go take a breath of fresh air, take your masks off, what have you. And then I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead on some of these things, because we've had some really, really good discussion up until this point. So I think that we can jump right into the norms and protocols. All righty.
All right.
Carrie, I think we're all back from our break. Snacks.
We're done breaking.
Okay, the break is over.
Okay. So I understand you guys provide snacks. I'm jealous.
And they're very good too. Diana.
Diana did a great job.
Yeah.
And they look pretty too.
Yes.
Diana's amazing.
Thank you.
Presentation is everything.
All right. Let's see. I want to change my share screen. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if this works. So I want to get into the board, developing the board norms. And so what we have here, oh, that's not what I want. Oh, here we go. Let's try this again. Okay. I've not done this on a virtual before, so I've been in person. And so basically what we have here is a template, and then we as a team go through this together. And this is just a recommendation, but this is how we talk about, okay, these are some standards, and this is how we want to operate as a unit, as a team. And a lot of these are scenarios, and you'll know the answer, and there's going to be maybe a clear-cut answer, but then we agree that, yes, this is the way we want to continue doing things, or perhaps we need to change that. So I'd like to add, we want to add this, and then we establish this as the norm. And then we go on to the next thing.
Carrie, as you're displaying this for us, on your computer, can you do a larger view? Because it's like a 1-point font on our end. We can't read anything on the screen. If you click on view, your drop-down menu view.
Yeah.
and-
Okay.
and Go a larger view. Yeah, zoom in. Zoom in as much as you can.
Okay.
Page width would probably be great.
200%.
Now we can.
There we go.
Okay. All right, that works. So anyway, as I was saying, a lot of these things we've talked about to some degree already, but we're going to put it in writing, like everything from how the board agenda is developed. And then this sets a standard. So this ends up being a living, breathing document for the board, and it just kind of governs how you go about doing business. And then, and this is something that I highly recommend reviewing whenever there's a new board member or a new superintendent, new team member that joins the team, to say, is this how we want to continue doing things? And we'll go from there. All right, so the overview, as you can read, we start with some overarching tenets. We agree to employ the following norms in all our interactions. We will hear each other's, how does that, there's something incorrect here. We will hear each other's opinions, or we.
You just need the word others,
Yeah.
each others. There you go.
Opinions. Done like but ultimately act as one. We will speak candidly and courteously to each other and listen to dissenting or different viewpoints with an open mind. We will help each other to depersonalize disagreements. Once we reach a decision or compromise as a board, we will each support the will of the board in word and deed. Does anyone take any issue with that? And does everyone understand ultimately what that means? So if you're on the wrong end of a vote, basically, if you were the naysayer in a vote, basically the will of the board made this decision, and you got to get on board with it. So don't hold any grudges and get on board and move the school division forward based on that vote.
When you say get on board with it, I'll give an example. Winter sports, I'll never get on board with what the board voted majority. So I won't support it, but I understand that the will of the board was voted. So I need some help on that, because
Okay.
If I don't agree with it, I'm not going to go in the community and support it.
Okay. But ultimately you need to somehow try to, because, all right, let's say, because the decision of the board that's the action, and that's how you move forward. So even though I'm in disagreement, but I'm going to get behind it, and I'm going to help facilitate it the best I can. I'm going to be a team player. So let's say you decide to build a school. You decide to build a new elementary school, but you were adamantly opposed to it. You voted no. I'm not spending the money. I'm not doing it. We don't need it. But the will of the board, the majority vote, was to build a school. Are you not going to be involved with and support building the school, or are you just going to dig your heels in and be anti this elementary school forever?
No, I mean, and I understand that piece of it, but I'm not gonna go out and support it.
Like advocacy.
Yeah, I'm not gonna advocate for it. I mean, if I don't agree with it, I'm not gonna go, well, the vote was, 4-3, and so we're gonna support it. I have a hard time. I will support the fact of the will of the board is X, but I'm absolutely not gonna go out and say, yep, that's what we're doing, and so rah, rah. I have a hard time doing that. So I need to understand now, building a school, absolutely. We had a middle school, same situation. But yeah, I would go out and attend whatever kickoff or whatever there was. Doesn't mean that my vote changed it, but I still wouldn't go out and go, oh yeah, I'm in support of it now because that's the way the board voted. I'm not, I struggle with that piece.
I bet. Well, you're not alone. I think a lot of board members have the same struggle. Although I don't know that you're contributing to the team necessarily if you continue to work against something that the board has voted on. And there are going to be times when you vote in favor of something and another board member votes against it. And then everybody needs to work forward as a team to help facilitate whatever the decision of the board was, regardless of whatever the issue. So, and when whatever the side of the fence you sat on at the time. But you have to be able to say, you have to, and it doesn't matter whether it's sports or a building or anything else that the board's voted on. You have to be able to say, okay, I didn't agree with it, but I'm going to help facilitate it because it's the will of the board. That is a team player. And being on a board is like none other. I mean, none other board that you've probably ever served on. And in order to move the school division forward, we got a big storm rolling in. So I'm hoping the internet doesn't go down. But if you've got in order to move the school division forward based on this vote, it would behoove you to say, I'm going to help facilitate this and I'm going to make it work. I didn't agree with it, but I'm going to help this play out, because what other choice do you have?
Well, yeah, can I offer a slight variation? And this is not unique to the school board. You all know, I've worked for a lot of school boards. There's money to be open to community on any number of issues, particularly this past year. This pandemic was just so hard on school boards everywhere. But even in a non-pandemic year, we're going to have agreement or disagreement with the board. So there's a difference between, Mark, if you don't mind, I'll just extend your argument. We voted on, and I wasn't in agreement with this. It's one thing to go out in the community and when asked to say, well, I didn't agree with it, but it was the will of the board. It's a different matter to openly and publicly undermine the board and say, I didn't agree with it, and I'm going to do everything I can to undermine the board so that the will of the board will fail, because I'm going to sabotage whatever, right? But I also agree with you that if you didn't agree with it and it just doesn't sit right with you, then privately, through conversations with one another, you continue to talk with each other about your opposing viewpoints to see if there's common ground or if there's evolving information and things change. Let me use my school district I'm coming from as an example. We didn't have children in school in August, September, October, November, December. We were 100% virtual. It was great discontentment on the school board with lots of contentious long meetings over that vote. We eventually did bring our children back to school because new information became available, thinking evolved, board members talked with one another offline as well as in meetings, and eventually there was the will of the board shifted. I don't know if I'm helping you. So I wouldn't I don't know that you can all expect one another to say, if I disagree with something, I'm going to champion it as though I do agree with it. I think it's okay that I'm going to use your Winter Sports example. I just didn't agree with that decision the day it was made. Thinking evolves over time, and eventually a vote occurred where a different vote occurred, and we move forward as a school district. That happened in Virginia Beach. That happened in Richmond. That happened in Northern Virginia. That happened in Idaho. That happened in California. That happened everywhere. Boards shifted their thinking throughout the pandemic. But what has been really destructive in my observations, not here but in other places, is when board members are fervently in disagreement with something, and so they become a destructive member of the board, and they purposefully and with intent go out into the community to undermine the authority of the school board because they didn't agree with the vote on something. I'm talking in extreme language, but this is what I think why we have this as we agree as number one. We'll hear each other's opinions, but ultimately act as one. Until there's a different vote on the board, that is the will of the board. And so we have to, if we want a different will of the board, we've got to continue to advocate for your position in a respectful way, in a professional way. And if the cards are on the table, and use a lesser extreme example, I don't want to build a school and everyone else wants to build a school, and we pass a vote to build the school, it would be very undermining to continue to talk for years to come. I never did agree with building that school.
Right.
At some point, you just have to accept, well, that decision was made and there are bricks going up and we're building a school, and now I'm going to support that school exists. I might not agree with it the day we voted on it, but now it's the will of the board.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about the way this states we will each support the will of the board in word and deed. I'm not going to go out and compromise and throw. I mean, it's the will of the board. That's the decision that's been made.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to go out in the community and say, oh yeah, I support it now because it was a 4-3 vote and it's the will of the board. I'm not going to do that. I think
No, and I don't think that's what that's saying, but then as you move forward as a unit, that decision was made, and anything that relates to it, I mean, you're not going to recuse yourself in making a follow-up decision on something because you didn't agree with it to begin with. I mean, it's in place now. The bricks are going up. And so, you kind of have to get behind it and continue your work as a board when things related to that come back in front of you.
Hey, Carrie, you have a question or comment from Dr. Hicks?
Yeah.
Yes, I think we need to be very careful, though, that we don't disparage other board members, either publicly in the meeting or in social media or wherever, because of their vote, because their vote was opposite of what you thought it should have been.
Of course not. No. And that was, we just talked about that and being respectful, and it goes a long way to say, to somebody that feels differently than you, I respect that you feel differently. And I'm not saying that I am going to change my mind, but I want to understand why you feel that way. That builds relationships among the board members. So it's okay to disagree. That is what makes us, a wonderful working group, is we bring different perspectives and opinions to the table. And basically, if we all are, if we're all listening to one another, truly listening to understand where every single person is coming from, then perhaps we might even find a compromise that, or we at least can respect where everyone is. So I think it's really important. And then, but you do have to understand, once a board votes on something, you're still one unit, and it does not behoove you or the team or the division to undermine that decision moving forward, to support, whatever it is moving forward, and continue to do your job moving forward with regard to things, subsequent decisions that that might relate back to that first one. So again, I mean, you're all individual people, but you only have power as a unit. That does not mean that you all have to agree, but it is very helpful if you respect one another and understand where everyone's coming from. And then it makes decisions more palpable for sure. But then also in the end, when a decision is made, that is the decision of the board, and that's the direction that the board is going, or that the school division is going. And then you can either support that in terms of, okay, well, that's the decision. I'm going to support it as best I can as decisions, as things come up within my, role and responsibility as a board member. I'm going to support it as best I can moving forward. And that's what, that's kind of what you have to do. Are you okay with that, Marcus?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to commit to agreeing on something. I mean, winter sports is a prime example. I will never support that.
I don't know what about winter sports is it that we're talking about?
We said no winter sports, period.
Oh,
For children, the options. This board voted no and said not going to happen. No. And that's not something I'm willing to go out and support because 4 people on the board said no. I will support the decision, but I'm not, if people in the community ask me, I'm not going to say, oh yeah, we voted that way and now I support it. And as long as we understand that that's not what this wording says, I will support the board, but I'm not going to say that I will support every decision when people ask me about it. I'm not going to do that. Because, I mean, we all 7 of us should be held accountable for what we vote.
Of course. And it's fine. It is fine to say, I think Dr. Bergen said earlier, I mean, it's fine to say, I didn't agree with that, but that is the decision of the board. And you know what? Do you think it's possible that it might come up again?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. So, I think that, okay, you feel that and as Dr. Bergen was alluding to, I mean, there's still opportunities. All right, this is the decision of the board. This is where we are. But, I'm going to, and I accept that. How about, let's say we accept the will of the board. That's not to say that you won't have opportunities to make different decisions in the future. I think that you can have the ability to continue to have the discussion and, work with your team to say, this is really important. Here's some new information. And this is, I'd like to bring this back up again next year. But don't make it a reason to not work together as a team.
Carrie, I think it's a great substitute word you used. But I'm only speaking for myself, and I think this is an important point for all school boards. If you were to say, we will each accept the will of the board.
And just put a period there, just period after that. We will accept the will of the board.
Where are we? So
your mouse is on it. Right there. The word support becomes accept.
Okay. And a period after board?
Yeah.
Oh, I spelled that wrong. All right. Marcus, are you okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. The chair or designee will speak as the official voice of the board. Is this typically how a single board member will not represent the board without the consent of the board, and board members making personal statements in any format, including speeches, articles, social media posts, etc., should clearly state that these statements are their opinion and not the position of the board? Is that how you guys like when it comes to media and stuff like that, do you have to designate the chair?
Yes.
I think that's better.
I do too.
You know, that way they're not calling all of us and we possibly could be saying different things.
Well, it doesn't mean that we can't speak. It just means that the chair speaks on behalf of the board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. And the chair doesn't have the ability to, or shouldn't express his own opinion. He can only and should only comment on board consensus or board votes. So when he knows that that is the will of the board, that's what he can comment on. Does that make sense? Is that what that says to all of you?
yes.
Okay. We will be mindful of the different roles and responsibilities throughout the school system and maintain a focus on policy and governance. We will be aware of the different roles that we play as individuals, board member, citizen, parent, etc. We will be, and everyone get that, like when you're at school as a parent, you're not stepping in as a school board member and then stepping back in as a parent.
Yep, I say that all the time.
We will be focused on our work as a board and not interfere with the day-to-day operations of the school system, which is the responsibility of the superintendent. We will maintain open communication with each other, the administration, and the community at large. Information shared with one board member will be shared with all members. If considerable work or time is required to generate data, the full board must endorse the request. Anybody have any thoughts, concerns?
The second sentence there, information shared with one board member, you talking about information that the central office shares with a board member, correct?
Or other board members, if you, the chair is sharing maybe with one board member, it should be shared with all board members. If one board member, let's say, asks the superintendent a question and the answer would benefit all board members, then it should be shared with all board members, that sort of thing.
But you aren't saying that one board member can't call another board member and discuss something without having to contact all 6 of the other board members?
No, I mean, you guys are welcome to call one another. I mean, I think that,
We say information shared from staff with one board member will be shared with all members.
yeah, I mean, this is a document.
It does read the way John is interpreting it, that, you know, if I call John, then I need to call everyone else.
Information shared by the administration.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
And then Carrie, I would also like to look at that third sentence. If considerable work or time is required to generate data, the full board must endorse the request. Considerable work or time is just a nebulous type of statement there, but I don't know what is reasonable. Dr. Bergen, do you have any suggestions there?
Well, yes, I'm not sure I'm going to find the right verbiage in the moment, but when a board member, I'm going to use just a completely ridiculous example. The board member wants to know how many red-haired, left-handed children we have in our schools. That might take some time. You know, I might need to pull somebody off another work project in order to count hairs and figure out how many red-headed, left-handed children we have. And so I might ask the board member, that's an interesting request. What is it that we're looking for ultimately? What is the information that you're wanting to obtain? And if I think that is something we're going to work on anyway, and it's we really need that is to help monitor the effectiveness of our strategic plan, then I might go ahead and have that information generated, and then I'm going to share it with all board members and say there was a request from Mr. or Mrs. Fill in the blank. Here's the information on how it relates to the strategic plan. If I can't justify that work happening because it's going to require some work product, it's going to require staff time, And then I might say, that information is not currently available and it's not in the workflow right now. It would distract staff from other priorities. The board member says, but I insist we must have that. Then I might want to look at this document and say, well, if it's the will of the board for us to change direction and get this information, then fine, I will always accept the will of the board, but one board member should not monopolize staff time.
I agree.
So
Agreed.
how
That's
to
why I'm
frame
asking,
that
what is
is
that?
when I don't, and I think we all seen nodding heads. I don't know that that's your practice that you would ask for that. But the superintendent needs to be able to manage workflow of the staff. Respectfully, with requests from the collective board, we will make that the priority. But individual board requests, if every board member asks for a different set of data, it could take a whole day away from staff.
Right.
I believe this was actually an issue that came up last year. We kind of wanted to talk about it in this setting anyway, just to
Right.
clarify that.
Is there somewhere on this document that says that the request should go through you and then you give it
That's a
to?
good question. I was wondering, Marcus, because I haven't seen this document before. I would prefer that any request and a request for information that does not already exist should always come to the superintendent. And then, again, I will make that evaluation in a moment of if it doesn't exist, how much time will be required to generate that information? And do I think it's going to be to the benefit of the organization and to the collective board? Then yes, we're going to take care of that. But if I can't really adequately satisfy that, I'm going to respectfully say back to the board member, that information doesn't exist. And it just help me understand why that should be a priority and we should change our work plan.
How about something, let's start with, requests will be sent to the superintendent.
We're going to get to the more specifics on the process itself. And if it helps you guys, we can take out that last sentence because it's really kind of nebulous, and I don't know, open-ended almost. We can take that out and it'll be addressed more specifically in down here, down below.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
So now we get into the specifics, and this is where we're going to, so developing the board agenda just in as succinctly as possible, and we'll write down what you guys agree. I'll type what you agree on. What is the process for developing the board agenda?
Currently, chair and the vice chair phone in with the superintendent and the clerk about a week before.
5 days.
Yeah, about 5-ish days before the meeting. That's current practice. Now, whether we want to continue that practice is really up to the board. And often the superintendent and staff will have the draft agenda prepared in advance. And then
We'll look at it on Wednesday and call on Thursday.
exactly, yep. And we just look over it and talk about what's there and anything that we want added or removed or altered or reordered.
Clarify.
Exactly.
Dr. Bergen, how has it been done in other places where you've worked?
Well, so before we develop a board agenda, in my experience in other places, the superintendent will, on a quarterly basis, ask the board members, what are some topics in which you are interested in having more information? What you all call staff reports. And I'll take copious notes. If you're interested in more information about special education, more information about winter sports, more information about the construction project happening at the fill-in-the-blank school, you're going to have things you want to have more information about. And I'm taking notes, and then we do that on a quarterly basis so that I'm then thinking in which month would that flow best occur? And I'm creating a draft agenda of staff reports. Because most of the agenda, not all the agenda, right, is staff work. And we're creating presentations and information and reports to share with the board and the community. So I would have a draft. I would share it with all of the board members at some appointed date in advance of that next board meeting. So you all would see it. And if you had questions or concerns or comments about that draft, we'll call it a pre-draft. You would then direct your questions to whoever was then responsible for finalizing that agenda, which I believe is your chair and your vice chair. And so if there isn't something on the agenda, of course, you call the superintendent and say, I noticed, in the October pre-draft agenda, there isn't anything on. And I'd say, well, that's correct, because we're not going to be ready. We're not going to have the data in order to really have a meaningful discussion, but we're going to put that on the public. I'm still aware that was requested the board for that staff report, but it's going to be a better place tomorrow. So you call me, or you can call the chair. Like, if there's something that you wanted on there that wasn't in the quarterly forecast or the quarterly plan, and it's timely, and that's something you really feel needs to be added, then you would call the chair and the vice chair. And in collaboration with the superintendent, we talk about, well, can we pull that off? Can staff create the report and have a meaningful presentation, a dialogue with the board about whatever that request is? And then once there was agreement at the agenda planning level, which is with the chair and the vice chair, then it would be recirculated with the word pre taken off. It would be draft. So you all would see it for one more look, like that looks good to go, and then Diana would post it.
Well, the bones of your agenda pretty much, are established, or should be. And agenda items are going to come to you in different ways. I think having like the maybe once a year in your retreat or your goal setting, what are some overarching agenda items that you'd like to address this year? I think that's fine. And then placing them strategically throughout the year. In places that make sense, I think that's a good idea too. However, you're also going to have things that come up as you're going through the year and the cycle. A good common practice might be at the end of each board meeting to say, are there any future agenda items that any board member would like to have on the agenda? And Marcus might say, I'd like to talk about winter sports. And it's like, well, and you might say, everybody might say, yes, I'd like to take another look at that, and I'd like to address that. Dr. Bergen might say, I can't have all the information we need to have that discussion done by the next board meeting, but I could possibly have it ready for the July meeting. So, so then you can kind of work on agendas, and you're adding to future agendas as you go. It might be that Georgia says, I'd like to talk about the color of the school buses. And so as a future agenda item, and everyone says, yeah, me too, that's really bothered me. I'd like to talk about it. And it doesn't require any data necessarily. So all the board members agree, let's talk about it at the next board meeting. So then it kind of goes on to that next board meeting. You probably already have lots of items on the agenda for the next board meeting, whether it's just standing issues, open-ended issues, policy changes, policy stuff, those types of things anyway. So you can't get too into the scheduling it year round, because things come up. And you might have something come up where, the day of the meeting, and you can bring it up that night and say, I would really like to talk about this. I didn't realize this was going on in the community, but I'd like to talk about it. And then it gives everybody else the opportunity to weigh in as well.
Here's my concern of admin. Our meetings already tend to go very long. And so
it's not to have the discussion right then. It's a future agenda item.
I understand, but if you get 7 people at the end of a meeting that say, hey, what do you want to see on the next agenda or an agenda? You may add on another 30, 45 minutes to an already long meeting. So, like in today's world, would we not just go to the chair and say, I'm looking for information to see this on the agenda? And he can say yes or no, and then at that time, during my public comment time, that's when I would take the option or chance to say, I've asked for this, not saying I've ever asked you for something you didn't put on there, but that would be the opportunity that I would say, also, I would like to see information from staff, not next month, but in the future on XYZ. I just don't want to see us add another thing to our agenda that's already a long agenda.
Yeah.
I
Doesn't make-
think that, I would like, what would help me, and I don't know if it would help anybody else, is placing items on the agenda is to get a reminder from the chair. If you have anything you want us to consider, I need it by Friday, the 12th or something. Because there are things that come up during the time that we say, yeah, we've agreed to those items, but guess what? Here's something that came up that I hadn't thought of or just popped on my plate type of thing.
But I think we need to agree that we have to give the staff ample time to get.
Oh, absolutely.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
To
yeah.
then be able to ask questions. So in the past, I've either called the chair or I've called the superintendent, because there are times where I may think it needs to be an agenda item. It's already resolved and it's settled on.
Right, yeah,
And I
I've
get
had
my
that
answer.
same thing.
So
I was gonna say, really, I'm kind of thinking about what, Marcus, what you said in terms of, when it comes time for our comments. And during that time, we each may say to the superintendent, I'd like more information on this particular topic. I'd like for this to be added, in future meetings, not really giving them a timeline. I think there's a lot of work in what Carrie just said in terms of things just coming up. I mean, it's just inevitable that there will be topics and matters that will come up that we have no control over. And so I think, I feel personally that as a board member, each of us should be given that opportunity and really seriously consider what it is that we are asking the central office staff to provide us with information. Really take into consideration the time that's going to be put into it, and make sure that it's of worth to have further discussion or brought back or placed on the agenda.
Sure, and think of the benefit of doing this in public at a meeting, whether it's as a separate agenda item like that says future agenda items, or it's during your individual opportunity to speak at the meeting. It gives the opportunity for the community to see and hear what you'd like to talk about, and then also the board's interaction with it. So, if Georgia, Marcus, and Susan all say we'd like to have a future agenda item, I'd like to get more information about, A, B, and C, then Dr. Bergen can say, those are going to take some considerable amount of time to collect the data for A. B is easy, we can report on that next month, but A and perhaps even C we might need to push a couple months out, and the board would say, yeah, I think that's the value of the community, seeing that interaction and hearing those things and how that develops is important.
Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the past, we had a separate item at the very end of our agenda that was something like consensus on board requests. Is that something where we could maybe during our individual board comments say, and I would like to learn more about this. And then at the end, the superintendent or prospective executive leaders kept those lists and they just went through, okay, these are the requests that we've heard. What does the board think about these particular items? And then just place them from there on agendas as the workload permits.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, and this is up to you, but you guys think about the public perception as well. So if all the things are happening behind the scene and they just appear on the agenda, what's the perception of your community members? Like, how'd that get there? So sometimes having these discussions about what's important to you during a meeting and what you'd like to hear and talk about, there are other benefits within the community from doing that. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't submit requests to the chair. I liked the comment someone made about, you submit something to the chair at least 1 week or at least a day prior to their meeting with the superintendent. But then there's the back, let me get with the superintendent. There's the follow-up. We're not going to have time to put that on the agenda because we have A, B, C, and D on there. That's going to be a really long meeting, but we'd like to put it on a future agenda. Is that okay? Yeah. But I think there's a lot of value to the consensus of the board piece to it. But you guys, I'm just throwing different things out there only because I have some different perspective from different experiences. But this is, again, to establish how you want to do it. So right now, we haven't agreed on the first one yet, and we've already moved on to the second topic. So let's go back to the first one. So developing the board agenda, the chair and the vice chair meet with the superintendent and clerk to review the draft agenda 1 week prior to a meeting. Is this accurate, or is there any change? Are there any changes?
Actually, this is more of a finalization of the agenda. The agenda is presented to us in a draft form, so that's already been drafted. And what we've been talking about now is developing the draft, but this is for the approval prior to the meeting. So this isn't developing the agenda. This goes further on down your list that I can't see.
Well, this might take a second session. So again, the bones of your agenda are already probably established. We're not talking about recreating the agenda for every single meeting. And a lot of items are going to be on there as recurring items because you haven't completed the work, or because it happens every month anyway, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
When does the board chair and superintendent meet to approve the agenda?
Typically, it's the Thursday before the next week's meeting. So it's about 7 days.
7 days.
Yeah, 7 days prior to the meeting.
So, all right. So would it make more sense to change this up in approving the board agenda, the final draft of the board agenda?
Right, instead of developing, this is not the development, this is, yeah. So changing that. Right.
So can I just go back and repeat some things that I heard you say, and I'm sharing my perspective, which may or may not match yours. I can tell all of you right now, many of the items that are going to occur every month during the school year. And if you've been on the board for any number of years, you know too. You're going to get an ACT, SAT report in a certain month. You're going to get an AP results report in a certain month. You're going to get adoption of the Title I budget in a certain month. You're going to approve the gifted and special education plans for the year in a certain month. These things happen on a cyclical basis. And that's a lot of the meat and potatoes of our meetings and for our public. Then there's staff reports. And these are things where this is additional information that individual board members might propose, but everyone on the board is like, yeah, that's really good. We'd like more information on that. So what I'm proposing is, and I've seen it work effectively in other places, is you do this multiple times. So once a year in retreat setting, when we talk about our goals for the year and we talk about our main objectives, I also would ask at that time, is there something in particular related to the macro, to our strategic framework that you'd like to have a deeper understanding of, like our implementation of PBIS or student response teams, or the implementation of the new literacy curriculum, or something you'd like to go deeper in the staff report. And then I'm figuring out with staff where that would best be placed and some pre-draft agendas that I'm going to share with the board. This would really make a good October staff report. This would be a better December staff report. This would be great for the spring staff report. In addition, every 3 months, I would ask you, what do you want to have for staff reports for the next 3 months? This is what you shared with me in the retreat setting in the summer. This is what we have coming up. What additional topics are there for staff reports that, like, say, we're coming up on June. So I would say for July, August, September, what are some staff reports that you might have more interest in? We have some conversation about it. And then I have time with staff to create this information and get this information together for you for these staff reports. And we're working in chunks. We're working on a quarterly basis. That's not to say things will happen. I've heard that said several times. And you can't use this last year as the measuring stick. I've been developing board agendas for 10 years, and I've never seen a year like the last 12 months. So most of the time, there'll be something come up once or twice during the school year. This last year, something came up every month, and we needed additional information every month because the information kept evolving, the guidance kept evolving, the decision-making had to keep churning. So I'm looking more long-term for a very prescribed, orderly, respectful dialogue, and where it's not my agenda, it's your agenda. So I need to know what is the information that you all want to receive from staff, and primarily in staff reports. The rest of the items, they're going to be standard items. Carrie mentioned several. Policy revisions are going to occur almost on some cyclical basis, and budget updates and finance reports are going to occur throughout the school year. And I mentioned some of the others. When reports come out on accreditation, it's going to happen at a certain time.
Yeah, Dr. Bergen, I'm going to cut you off because I think you might be getting a little ahead of yourself. These are just basics. Let's establish how we just go about the regular agenda. Like, if you want to, once you get on board, if you want to add an agenda item, like we want to have staff reports quarterly. So, I mean, that's fine, but this is just the agenda. What are the expectations for the chair and the vice chair to meet with the superintendent to approve the agenda for the next meeting? So do you follow me? So when you come on board, if you say at your summer retreat, if you say, what are the things that you want to learn about this year? And then you can like map those out and have a master calendar. I think that's a fantastic idea, but I don't want to get too bogged down in those details right now so that we can get through this.
So this is just the month-by-month development process.
It's the process. Yes, this is how we go about doing business. If a whole new board came on, they would at least have the bones and the framework to go about doing business. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Carrie, it does, and I'm not trying to be provocative or antagonistic. I've been watching the board for 6 months.
I know. I just want to get some of the work done. We've only gotten one thing done, and I think you have great stuff. I just don't want to get too bogged down in the specifics before we establish the framework and the bones of it.
Yes, ma'am. And sometimes in my observation, and listen, I'm going to accept the will of the board, whatever we decide collectively working. Sometimes I hear staff report requests in this month for the next board meeting when I'm not, maybe it's a board item, it should be done at a board meeting, or maybe it's just I want more information. Just call me and ask me for the information and I'll provide it for you. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a board agenda next month. If that makes any sense. I can give you some examples I've heard of over the last 6 months or so. I'm interested in having more information about fill in the blank. Great. I'll get you more information about fill in the blank. You don't have to wait for a board meeting and the planning of a board agenda to have a request for more information. Is that resonating with anybody? Or am I the only one that is?
No, I think it's fine.
So that's, Terry, Carrie, sorry. I'm just trying to tie it into the macro and the micro. And sometimes a request for information is, in my estimation, is sometimes being confused with, I want to add something to a board agenda. They're related, but sometimes they're different.
Right. So placing items on the agenda board, the board meeting agenda can happen in which ways. Let's get something on paper here. So if you can submit something to the chair, you can express interest at a board meeting, you can request something of the superintendent.
There's 3 ways and that's enough.
Yes, I agree.
So through the chair, at a board meeting, or through the superintendent.
That's very sufficient.
Let's say quick. And we can fix the semantics of the wording. Request could be placed to the chair. Does that capture kind of what we said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and if you want to fix the grammar and stuff like that, we can do that. But I just want to get something down there, just some, again, framework, bones. Obtaining information about board meeting agenda items before the meeting. Information about board meeting items are placed in board docs.
Yeah.
Diana, that usually posts end of the day, Friday, the week
Yeah, y'all are
before.
gonna get an email from me in about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Will be placed in board docs. Is there a time frame when they're placed, like 1 week prior to the meeting, or?
6 days, right?
The Friday
Yeah.
before the meeting,
The Friday before?
by the end of business on the Friday before the meeting.
Can I ask a clarifying question for this? Since this is building the agenda. Anything that goes on the agenda in preparation for speaking with the superintendent, speaking with the chair and vice chair, needs to be, I have to have it by the Tuesday before the following Thursday. So I know it's confusing. So for example, for this Thursday's board meeting, next Thursday's board meeting, everything had to be submitted to me by the 4th, by this past Tuesday. That way I just want to make sure I understand the time frame she was talking about, y'all are talking about here. So everything has to come to me. And so basically the agenda is ready on that Tuesday before. And then we meet with the chair, vice chair, Thursday, Friday-ish. And then the board meeting is the following Thursday. And then during that time, as y'all know, it goes live Friday end of day. If any changes, I think the agreement was still by noon on Monday, the following week, any changes that needed to happen. And then of course, as things change, it gets updated, y'all get received notification, whatnot.
I'm fine with the way it's working today.
So what I'm hearing then is all information will be accessible to board members the Friday before, by the end of business on Friday prior to next week's board meeting.
Yes.
I want to ask a clarifying question. Does that mean that anything that is being presented by your staff, presentations, would also be in board docs? Because in today's world, what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'll see it on the agenda, but I don't see any supporting
Agreed.
documentation for me to read through
Agreed.
to be able to call you beforehand and say,
Right.
hey, I saw this, what does this mean? So that way I'm not spending 30 minutes during a board meeting asking clarifying questions. So I'm expecting to see the actual presentations that are going to be presented for me to be able to go in and look at versus me having to pick up the phone and say, what do you plan to cover? What is this about? That way.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand your expectations and
It's a great question. Some things can be developed weeks in advance and we can easily meet the deadline of Friday before the meeting. At a minimum, there'll always be a cover sheet that'll have detail about what the intent of the presentation and staff report is going to be. This staff report will be to review the accreditation status of our schools and the most recent round of SOL testing and its impact on accreditation, blah, blah, blah. I may not have the full report because we're just getting the information in a timely way in order to present it to the board on that following Thursday. But at a minimum, you'll have more detail on a cover sheet about what is the intent of the staff report that you're going to be receiving. And anytime that information is available in advance by that Friday, it'll be uploaded to the packet. If that addresses your question, yes. We just can't always realistically meet the deadline of a week before a board meeting having the complete presentation and data package available. But oftentimes we do. Like, as for sure, if we're going to ask you to approve the special education annual plan with the Title I grant, I'm using a couple of them. Those you will receive in a week in advance because they're very thick documents, require a lot of your time to review, to prepare your questions if you have them when you come to the meeting. Is that satisfactory to everyone?
And then I think that it's unfair to say all information on agenda items will be placed in board docs if all information is not going to be placed in board docs. I think that's what Marcus was getting to, right?
Yep.
Just say
Just for information.
information, right?
Okay. Available information on agenda items?
I like that, available information, yes.
And then somebody said something about any additions or changes.
That was
I
Diana.
believe that was me. That's if another document becomes available for an agenda item that was not put on, that was not on the agenda when it went live that Friday before, then the agenda is amended to include it and the board is notified of any amendments made to the agenda after it has been posted live.
You know, basically on Monday, exactly what's gonna be there.
Will be placed in board docs. Tell me again when you said Monday by noon?
That's what you want to stay with, Jay? Yeah, that's,
That works
Yeah.
for everyone.
and the board is always notified if there are changes to the agenda after they have been notified that it has been made live.
Okay.
And Carrie, I just want to go back to the item before that, placing items on the agenda. I think it's pretty important to put when we need to do that. You know, the Tuesday before the Thursday or, you
Yeah.
know, something,
Sure. So,
you know, I'm gonna be home going, what day
Yeah.
was that? Was that, you know?
yeah. So the chair and the vice chair meet with the superintendent. We had before 7 days prior. Do you want to set anything, you know, related to that, or it's up to you guys?
Basically,
I like-
9 days, so.
So
Yeah, we
that
said 9 days.
request could be placed to the chair or superintendent, you know, 9 day, parentheses, 9 days in advance or something.
Diana, didn't you say everything is kind of plugged in by Tuesday of the Thursday before?
The Tuesday,
So,
I know it gets very confusing. So
yeah, 9 days.
So everything is usually on the agenda Tuesday, a week before the Thursday meeting. So not the Tuesday, the same week of the board meeting, but by end of day, end of business day, Tuesday, the week before. And sometimes it's first thing Wednesday mornings. Y'all know that, you know, very well. And I'm, you know, but at that point, it hasn't been made live. It's just been shared with y'all for review in preparation for the discussion.
But just because we submit it doesn't mean it's gonna be on the agenda the next meeting.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
But maybe you think it could be, you know, can we do this? Dr. Bergen may say, no, I can't get that to you. So I'm assuming then he would take it and place it in the next month's meeting, whenever he thinks it's appropriate.
And I would just say as clarification, anytime anyone has ever asked me about agenda items. Superintendent has always been the very next person I call to say, hey, X board member wants Y report added, so that we can then have that conversation about, is that feasible for the upcoming meeting, or is that something we're gonna have to punt on for another month or two, so.
So, and then someone said, I think it was Diane that said that the chair and the vice chair meet with the superintendent Thursday or Friday-ish. Do we want to say that, do we know that it's the 7 days, or do we want to say 9 days prior to, or 2 days prior to finalizing the agenda?
I think the two.
That wording works.
Yes, it does.
And then the request for future agenda items can be made at a board meeting as well, as a separate thing. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Responding to staff or community comments at board meetings. How do you currently handle direct comments from community members or staff members at a board meeting? Like during, maybe perhaps during public comment?
We don't respond to comments from the community.
All wants to on that. I mean, that would,
So,
that would be.
Yeah, no, that would.
so Carrie, just for clarification, do you mean responding to people during public comment, or do you mean, I heard from the person down the street this week and they said, you know, do this or don't do that? What exactly do you mean?
At board meetings.
At board meetings. Okay, so during a comment period. Okay.
So board members do not respond.
Carrie, I have a question. If I'm just thinking during that time, there are times when board members, you know, we may share that we've heard from members of our community about a particular topic or concern. So we have sort of indirectly done that. I mean, we have sort of shared.
But when somebody comes in to speak to us during public comment time, we've never.
So is, no, is this
I think we
public?
need to-
Is this public comment?
I think that needs to be changed to not responding to staff, but, you know, public comments or
Okay.
something.
Well,
to
that's
clarify.
During public comment.
Oh, okay, so that's the wording.
At
that
board
we need.
meetings during public comment.
And then it will just be community members, because
Right.
staff doesn't.
Right, staff
during
will
public
do that.
comment time.
Exactly.
No, that is not true. I have listened to many of nurse tell me why we shouldn't be playing sports.
But what during public, well,
Yes, it
yeah, but,
was.
yeah, but.
The staff has a right to comment during public
Yeah.
comment.
You are right, nurses have come in. I thought more of it as the staff that's sitting here.
Yeah, like during staff presentation.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to interact during staff presentations.
Right.
That's why I
Well,
think during public comment.
what about instead of responding to staff community members, what about responding to presenters during public comment? Let's come,
Yeah.
presenters.
So I would say, you know, if staff is presenting on, you know, giving a presentation that was scheduled, responding to them or asking questions of them is expected. Now, this is just establishing your protocols during public comment. Do you respond to anyone, whether they're a staff or a community member or anyone?
We
No.
do not.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
So respond, I think responding to presenters comments during public comment.
Okay. Is everyone okay
And
with that?
even up here in your left-hand column, responding to presenters comments.
Okay. I mean, typically it's something that and especially if it's a staff member or a community member, the superintendent makes note of it, and it's appropriate for the superintendent to, catch up with that person after, with whomever, or respond to them or call them later. But not at a board meeting. Is that typical protocol then?
Yes.
And do your sign-up sheets have phone numbers and emails on there if we want to follow up with them later? Do the sign-up sheets have phone numbers and emails if we want to follow up with them later?
I put whatever contact information they use to contact me to sign up for a public comment. I don't always have those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So responding to staff or community comments outside of board meetings. What's your protocol?
In the past, it's always been if it was directly to all of the board, then the chair would respond on behalf of the board. If it comes directly to us, then we can respond.
What if it's directed specifically to you, but it's about the entire board?
This is just Marcus. If it comes to me and if the board is copied, I'm going to talk to the chair of how do you want me to respond? This is my response. Are you good with that? Because if you reply all, then it's a meeting. So that's just the way I've done it. I don't know if that's right or wrong, or if that's what we want to continue to do, but I like to be in touch with the chair to say, this is my plan to respond. And normally he'll say, I got the same thing. I'm going to respond on behalf of the board.
So you go to the chair first before you respond?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If we're all copied. Now, if it's just to me,
Right,
I'm going to respond the way I want to respond.
absolutely.
But
Okay.
again, I don't ever want it to come across as if I'm replying for the board, because that's not my place.
That's fine.
That's why I always talk to Jason.
I know there's been instances or examples of where we've received emails from individuals in the community, and they may have sent it to us individually, but also sent, I may have gotten one, but they didn't list everyone, and then they sent you. So in cases like that, I have responded individually because it was sent to me individually, but then later learning that you maybe received the same thing. So,
Yeah, how do you know that 100 people weren't blind copied on it?
you don't know.
So how do you want to protect yourselves from getting into any trouble there?
You say getting in trouble.
I mean, everything's foiable. There are the perils and pitfalls everywhere. So just thinking about, in the worst case scenario, you respond to somebody thinking that this is just between me and this person, and it's not.
You mean because they don't understand that it can be FOIA'd?
Well, then they can post it to social media, they can do whatever.
I always have the thought in my head of whatever you respond, be prepared for it to be printed in the newspaper.
Exactly.
So be it. But I mean, there are times where I will pick up the phone to call people versus responding to an email.
Mhm.
I mean, there's several different ways to communicate with anyone.
Do you think responding to staff and community members are equal?
No.
Well, I think it depends on what the
no.
subject of the email is. If someone's sending me from staff a question about my personal fault, I'm not going to respond to that because I'm going to the superintendent to say, why am I getting this email? What is this about? How do you want me to respond?
Mhm.
Or why am I getting this? So
Can I just ask one thing too? Have we ever gotten that? I don't ever remember getting something like that.
I need clarification on what you're saying, Carrie, because I mean, again,
I think the wording staff, and community, somehow I'm thinking those are two very separate things.
items.
there. They don't really, and it really doesn't occur as in relations to staff.
Staff members don't make comments to you, not just in an email, but staff members don't approach you outside of board meetings.
well, yeah, I mean, you see people, you're gonna talk to them, or you just build relationships because you know people in your community.
Right, but in terms of, you know, school stuff, do you refer them to the superintendent or?
You know, I would say 90% of the time, it depends. If they're asking like, what, do you remember what day graduation is? I'm not gonna refer to the superintendent. I'm gonna answer that question. You know, or, you know, what was the decision of the board regarding playing sports? You know, I'm not gonna refer that. So, you know, there are questions that I have answered for the public that, in my opinion, didn't need to go through the superintendent. You know, now if somebody says, well, what are they gonna do about the educational program? Are the kids gonna get to go, you know, an extra hour for school? That's a superintendent question. But if you wanna know, you know, what day's graduation, I try to provide whatever publicly released information's already there.
Of course, yeah.
It's something I was going to pipe in too with talking about responding to staff. I have always seen it to be the staff to be more than professional. Even if you do run into them on the soccer field, wherever, church, they're not going to talk to you about it. They're very professional and they don't approach me. I've never been approached with anything. So I think it's a professional courtesy there that they know that they're not going to cross that line either. So again, I agree with Georgia that when you're talking about staff and community comments, you're talking two different things.
And if we have a staff member that is asking us something that perhaps maybe could place us in a very compromising or uncomfortable situation or in violation of our roles here, I certainly would let them know. That is not something, you know, that I can discuss with you discuss with you, period. And I would want to talk to the superintendent. I would make the superintendent very much aware, you know, of what the staff has shared with me. I mean, that's the direction. If I'm wrong in doing that, please, Carrie, let me know. I would think that's something that.
No, that's an appropriate response. So, and this is common sense stuff. Of course, if someone asks you about graduation or what time the football game starts or whatever, then, you know, then you have that conversation. But if it's something that is, you know, something you can't comment on, or they ask you about a student, or they tell you about, you know, some situation in their classroom, that I think that would be using your discretion to say, I really can't comment on that, but I suggest that you talk with the superintendent and then let the superintendent know that this occurred, that this interaction happened. So, I mean, is this something that you guys feel like you have a pretty good grasp on, you know, using that, or do you want to keep this, and we can take it out, we can keep it in there, if it's not an issue. Here's the other thing. Again, this is a living document. If it becomes a concern or an issue, you can add it to your norms and protocols.
So have you heard from staff that they're having an issue with us responding to things, or?
I don't have much firsthand knowledge.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know if they had come to you and said, man, I wish the board would not respond to this, or one of my employees, or what. I mean, I just can't think of a time where I've ever been put in that predicament.
Yeah, I really can't.
Yeah, I can't either.
Well, personally, out of this bullet points, I know we're trying to stay on topic here too. I would like to see it just as responding to community comments outside of board meetings and eliminating the staff. Because I think we all have staff under control, but I know over my tenure, I know Julie was wonderful about responding to some of them, but some of them I don't think that ones that were addressed to all of us were addressed. So I think we should have some protocol for that especially. And then here's another question is if you respond on behalf of the board as the chair, would we be violating the rule of constituting a meeting if you copied us on your response? So we would know that that email has been responded to.
I wondered about that myself.
Yeah,
I think you have to send it
Yeah, because I would like to know that you have responded.
And sometimes when people ask very specific questions about staff procedures, I will just forward that on to Dr. Rogers.
Mhm.
And I know she's copied all of us on a few of those
Yeah, and
responses.
then she can copy us on them. But I didn't know if it's something that you could handle, that you could just, I mean, does, at that point, since you were addressing an individual that is not on the board, does that constitute a meeting, so to say? Because
I don't believe it does.
it's gonna be foiable.
Okay.
You don't believe it does?
I don't believe it constitutes a meeting, but it's still foiable.
Well,
Everything in your email is foiable.
electronic transmission we do is foiable. So, yeah, but I mean, I would like to have like the protocol that the chairman would respond, copying all board members on his response. Or whomever responds on behalf of the board, whether it is the chairman or the superintendent, copies us on the response. So that way we can all stay on the same page if we're going for the whole united team.
So, okay.
So responding to community comments, I would like to community comments, which I'm referencing like an email or something that, or we're just referencing emails that all of us have received, or what are you talking about community comments? Like somebody talks, I think verbally, all of us can handle ourselves. Yeah, we know where, because we know who, what we can and can't say. So I think we're fine there. But I would like to have some protocol in place specifically for emails that come to the board as a whole. Make any sense?
It does. Yeah. We don't have to contact everyone every time we run into someone at Food Line.
Right.
But if we get
Right.
an email, that's a little.
Yeah, and I'm sure all of us have our favorite people that we know.
But I think it's important though to keep the chair aware.
Yeah.
Of here's what I'm hearing, or here's what I've been asked, or
Yeah,
here's.
well, and then the protocol that if we get an individual email, because I've gotten a couple that were just to me that y'all didn't get copied on. I had one a couple of days ago about a bus route, and I forwarded it straight to Dr. Rogers. And she took care of it.
And Carrie,
So,
is there a difference, maybe a distinction between maybe a situation like what Ms. Kirby just described, where it's a very personal family issue versus comments they want the entire board to think about in terms of maybe the reopening plan or something that might guide a board decision?
so perhaps, yeah, maybe, so let's see. Let me gather my thoughts. Comments regarding of a personal nature should be directed to the superintendent probably, and comments of a board issue should be directed to the chair. Individual things like, if it's just conversations about, Marcus, how do you feel about, such and such? Those are conversations. You don't necessarily have to report all of that to the board. But if it's, something that you want to have comment on behalf of the board, like we set up here that the board chair would speak on behalf of the board. So if it's something that should be responded to on behalf of the board, you want to refer it to the chair. If it's of a personal nature, then it should be referred to the superintendent.
Well, truly, if it has anything to do with day-to-day operations, it should be referred to the superintendent.
That's true.
And if it has anything to do with the overall board, then it should go to the chair.
Yes,
But if
that's a
it's
good way to put it.
to me directly, why did you vote that way? Or what was your thought behind X, Y, Z? Then I can comment to represent myself. But if my response in any way, shape, or form is responding on behalf of, it shouldn't be coming from me. To the actions of the board or to should come from the chair.
Yeah. That also helps to get you guys, board members, perhaps out of potential awkward situations. So if it's, something that, you can offer to relay that information to the superintendent, or you can just refer them directly to the superintendent. Same thing with the comments related to actions of the board. If you can say, I am going to share your comments with the chair for him to respond because he is our spokesperson for the board. Or you can say, I can do that, or you can respond directly to the chair. Is that fair? Is that kind of where you're going with this?
Yes.
And is this where we could put in there that whomever responds to the email to copy the other board members so they can see the responses? Responses will be copied to all board members.
Yes. Let me say.
I would like to even know if they come from the superintendent, so that way we know.
But only if we were
Oh,
originally.
and I'm talking about the emails
I don't want
that
everything.
you get that have all of our names on
Right.
the same two
Okay.
line.
Gotcha.
I'm not talking about Dr. Bergen being asked to join Sirius XM. I don't need to know his response to that.
Well, but you also don't want to be copied on a response that the superintendent, has with a community member about, a teacher's behavior.
I guess part of it is that I would like to know one way or another that a response has been sent.
Okay.
So even if it is an instance like that where you don't want everyone, where it's a personal nature, but all of us got the email, I would like to know that an email has been sent on behalf of the board and I don't have to answer it individually. Does that make sense?
Well, the only one who's sending it on behalf of the board is the chairman.
Correct. Right, or if it was something that went to, so, because I know there've been several where we've all been copied on it. And I didn't know what happened.
All members of the board will.
And I know Jason is Johnny on the spot, but I also know too, we're developing this document for anything in the future.
Responses? Response?
Well, you don't want to be kept apprised of responses that you don't need to know.
Okay, of the resolution then?
Or how about apprised of responses of inclusive emails, of emails that all of us have gotten? Or just to let us know a response has been sent. I don't care what the response was, I just want to know.
I just want to know it's been handled.
I just want to know it's been handled, I just want to know that person's gotten the attention that.
All board members will receive affirmation that the community member has received a response. Is that okay? Again, you guys can change the like the grammar if you'd like. Communications between and among board members. This is an easy one. How do you handle your communications? Well, no more than 2 board members can meet without constituting a meeting, right?
Communication according to state standards, state regulations, how we maintain it.
Now, you can meet if you don't discuss board business. So you can have, a book club, as long as you don't discuss board business. You can have a graduation party where you guys are more than 2 of you are in attendance. Just like you can all go to a football game. As long as you don't discuss board business, that's fine.
Oh, so that time you two wouldn't even talk to me again. You were overreacting.
We didn't have to snub you after all.
Yeah.
And then, so that's like meeting. Communications might be a broad topic though. So do you share, how do you share communications? Do you expect if you have a conversation with the chair, does the chair then relay that information to the rest of the board? How does that get handled currently? Or there
Respect each other. Because if you go that far, it's saying I can't pick up the phone and call Susan or Marcus or Martin if he was, I think, I don't know if that's really necessary, is it?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think it is.
We know how to talk to each other, rules.
Do you share with other board members that Marcus and I had this conversation about, about a new elementary school, and I just, wanted you guys to know, or?
Not necessarily.
I don't. If I'm talking, I just would call you and say, what do you think about it? What do you think about it? What do you think about it? I wouldn't necessarily say, I've spoken to other board members.
Can you
I'm just
believe
calling
Susan
you.
said this to me?
Yeah. It's just, what do you think about it? It's kind of an open, direct type of communication.
Okay, so, and this doesn't have to be there. We just,
I don't see that
board
we-
members commit to have open and direct communication with other board members?
I don't think you need to put
I
anything.
I don't think you can just
anything,
eliminate the whole line,
Yeah,
the whole row of the chart.
yeah, I just, that's getting too specific almost.
Okay. We'll leave a blank there just in case we want to add something somewhere. Communications between board members and the superintendent.
Often and frequent.
Yeah.
I said often,
Yeah. Correct?
open lines. Yep.
That's a good wording. Goes the eye roll before he answers the phone. Oh, gosh. It's a
Open door policy, right? Okay. Communications between board members and staff, including requests for information. How do you guys go about doing that? So do board members, and this might be where Dr. Bergen, you want to weigh in because it might be important to you. Is it okay if board members contact staff members directly and request information, or do you prefer all requests for information to come through you? Or are you okay with an in-between level, like you're okay with board members requesting information from your executive staff or from your division leaders. I'm not sure how you're set up, but is there just you, or is there another level, or is it okay to ask it of anyone?
I'm just arriving, Jane. So until I really have a clear understanding of the level of questioning and the work of staff, I by default would like request for information to all come through. And then I will farm them out as appropriate, and you'll get follow-up directly from people who I think are in the best position to answer the question. Over time, I'm going to modify that answer. If there's an existing report that we presented at a previous board meeting, you can go right to Randy and say, can I have a copy of that budget thing you presented at the last board meeting? That's different than, can you generate a report for me? I want that request to go.
And didn't we already say that previously in this document?
Not sure.
Didn't we? I thought we said that we had a big discussion about, sending stuff to you, requests for information, I think, or something. At least you.
For agenda items is what we were talking about at that time. But so this is more about like communications or requests for information from board members directly to staff.
I understand. I just thought we had already.
We should be able to talk to staff, but for a formal request, you're saying it needs to come through.
I prefer, at least
Yeah.
initially.
Yeah, I agree.
That's good, because no one's going to really know the balance of work going on in the office better than the
But if we
superintendent.
have a question, Dr. Bergen, just for clarification, I have a question for Karen Woodford. I can pick up the phone and call Karen Woodford.
Sure.
So, and that is actually a good example. So this is kind of what we're getting to, including requests for information. So Dr. Bergen, you're okay if a board member picks up the phone and calls any staff member and to talk about something?
Well, that's a loaded question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about requesting information. I'm talking about just, I have a question about Title I.
Yeah. I don't know the full extent of other topics that we're going to try to accomplish here today. So, something that we kind of talked about a bit, but not directly, is constituent concerns. So when someone contacts a board member individually that I'm concerned about, and they will contact you with all kinds of concerns, I have some very prescribed thoughts of how I'd like to do that. But I'm not sure, Carrie, if that's further down the list here of how to address constituent concerns.
Yeah, this is communications between board members and staff. And I want to know how you feel about, and maybe at first you want to say, I prefer all requests for information or communications come through me, or ask me first if it's okay. Or you might want to say, I don't care if you call, a teacher and say, tell me more about this or that. I'm okay if you call the Title IX manager and ask questions about that program. This is really kind of what you're comfortable with. You're in charge of the day-to-day operations and all that other stuff. Are you okay with board members contacting any staff member to talk about the day-to-day operations of their stuff or request information from them?
No. Any staff member? No.
That's what we have, staff.
Yeah. Communications between board members and superintendent and executive staff is our three chief officers. You all generate that. I believe you all can understand that. Because we're all going to communicate with one another. So, if you all have some of this is contextual, right? So if you have a question about the budget, you're going to call and ask him. And Randy's going to keep me and the others informed. Dr. Mealy called and had a question about such and such when I was talking about it. Or you have a question about an HVAC project going on, et cetera, you're going to call Matt. If you have a question about instructional resources and are thinking, you're going to call Karen. Sure, I'm okay with that. But at least initially, I would, until I have a sense of the level of questions, and I don't even know all of our staff yet. still developing relationships. I would prefer that the board members communicate primarily through me. And then on anything that's an existing report, I think you all have, will use your own judgment about. So I just call Randy, Karen, and Mac on this. But beyond those three, I would prefer the board not have. I'm not saying you can't talk to your friends, but if you have a question about the work of the school division, you have a concern or request for information, work with the executive staff, the superintendent, and the 3 chief officers.
So I have to throw this out there because
Yeah.
I talk to principals. I like to hear from them. If I see them at a football game,
Yeah,
hey, how are things going?
of course.
What's on your mind? What's going? And again, I'm just representing Marcus Hill. I'm not representing the board, but I want to be able to talk and have candid conversation.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure you're okay with that type of communication. Not, sorry, Sean, I can't talk to you today.
Of course, you're at Liberty High School and you
Right.
see Sean Trosper. Yes, I can't talk to you, Sean.
Yeah.
No, you have a relationship with the
Right.
principal and you're saying, how you doing? How are things going? And everything's going great. That's an entirely different level of conversation than, Sean, I would like to know your opinion of the development of the budget and if we're meeting your needs, or, I don't know, if it's a, it just depends on what, maintaining relationships with the principals is vitally important to all of you, and of course. Okay.
And I think too, we should stop at the executive staff because if they can't answer our question, they're either going to find it or they're going to direct us, why don't you call so-and-so?
Yeah, and they would.
So I think that's where we should stop is the executive staff, because they'll probably be able to answer any question we have anyway.
Sure.
And that way they're informed, then keeping you informed rather than a supervisor or a director who may not reach your desk. That's just my opinion.
Does this kind of cover it for now? Board members shall communicate directly with superintendent and executive staff. And this is, not at football games, not at grocery stores, anything like that. This would be picking up the phone or emailing to say, hey, tell me more about this program that you're facilitating, or can you get me some data on this this program, kind of thing. That should be directed. Is that what you're okay with, Dr. Bergen? It should all go to you or your executive staff?
Yeah, there's a lot of nuances here.
I know.
I'm respectful of.
We're just trying to paint broad strokes here.
Marcus has given a great example. All of our board members are going to see members of our staff and our administrators.
Again, I'm not talking about at football games in the grocery stores or when you see your principals and you're just shooting the breeze and saying, hey, how's it going? Kind of thing.
Another example. I mean, there are days where I may stop by Thomas Jefferson Elementary School just to check in and say, hey, how are you guys doing? I mean, and I want to see the principal, the assistant principal, when there is one again, and the staff. I want them to know that I'm involved in the community and the school.
Yeah.
So I don't want there to be this red flag of, sorry, Marcus, you can't do that anymore, because I'm not willing to sign up for that. Yeah. Okay.
You all should maintain ongoing regular contact with our school communities that you represent. The distinction, I guess, and we're not going to nail it all down here. That's obvious. Yeah. Okay. But if you have a concern, I would prefer you address the concern with me or with the executive staff, not with the principals. I'm concerned about that. That's really sort of the demarcation for me. How are you feeling? How are you doing? How are things going? Absolutely. You're building relationship and maintaining relationship with people. That's part of my role too.
I have a question. Carrie, with what you're writing here, okay, I'm just wondering, do we need the word and or? Board members shall communicate directly with the superintendent
Or,
and or the executive staff?
Yes.
There you go. You nailed it down.
Okay. Because there is something here, a little further down about, attending, schools, or school events and that sort of thing. Oftentimes, the superintendent likes to be notified if school board members are just are planning a visit to a school kind of thing. So this, and again, there's no right or wrong answer. We're just putting in place your Bedford's protocols. That's all. Okay. So, and this is just so that, again, if there were complete turnover in the board, someone could read this and say, okay, I know how to be a school board member in Bedford, at least at a minimum level. So, assignment of committee members. I understand that you guys don't have committees, right?
By board policy, there shall be no standing committees.
Right.
I would like
Which,
the board to reconsider.
okay, so yeah, so right now you have a policy that says there will be no committees. Actually the VSBA deleted, no, they have new language to that policy. Yours says there shall be no standing committees of the Bedford County School Board. Does anybody know the historical value of that policy, the way it's written?
And
No.
Gary, just for context, Diana is distributing copies of the updated VSBA recommended policy. So
Okay, I have it printed out here too. So Diane, you don't need to give me a copy. So the VSBA's recommendation, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be talking over you. I apologize if I was rude.
sorry, we have the
Yes,
student
because
advisory.
we have the student advisory committee, we had the construction committee because when we're building Liberty Middle School, I remember Martin was on that, and you were on that too, weren't you, Dr. Hicks?
Which one?
There was a construction committee when we were building
Yes.
Liberty Middle School, and you
Yeah.
were on that as well.
This was like a
So
joint
we-
committee with the supervisor.
Yeah, so we used to have committees. and I-
Yeah, so it says, right now, it says there shall be no standing committees of the Bedford County School Board. Those are standing committees, ongoing committees. Special committees may be appointed by the chairman or created by school board action. These committees shall be appointed or created for a specific purpose and shall expire upon completion of the assigned task unless school board action authorizes a temporary continuance. So that's the way what your policy reads right now. And the VSBA's change in verbiage of that same policy is special committees may be appointed by the chairman or created by the school board by school board action. These committees shall be appointed or created for a specific purpose or shall expire upon completion of the assigned task unless the school board action authorizes temporary continuance. Basically, the difference is in your current policy, it says very specifically that no standing committees will exist. A standing committee might be, for example, Dr. Bergen would like to establish a policy committee that keeps you guys on top of your policies and to make sure that they're current and still make sense for you as a board and as a division. So if this is something that I'm going to leave this blank because and perhaps I'm going to make a note to review this policy at the next opportunity at the next board meeting, because you're going to have to bring it up. You're going to have to make a recommendation for any changes, and any changes is going to have a first reading and then a second reading for adoption.
Yeah, and Carrie, on that note, can I just, on behalf of the group, on the time check here, we established a hard stop in 4 minutes. And there's a lot of information here that I would like to continue to work through with you, but I'd like to propose, and I'm open to any resolution, but I'd like to propose those who would be interested in working on finishing out a draft of the document, just a draft. Work with me. We all agree we're going to establish a time that for some representative members of the people sitting here today are going to continue to work through draft. And we will bring it back to the full board for further consideration and let everyone have ample time to review it, what we've already talked about today and everything else that could be drafted out. And take our time on this, but not because I don't want to rush the thinking, and we frankly only have 3 more minutes, so we're not going to accomplish much more in the next 3 minutes.
I'd be happy to help you with that. Oh, no. I don't want to be in a board committee.
So are you suggesting that you as a board are going to continue this work that we started today?
Would this group like to continue to try to have a document that on which we
I think it's a good thing to have it in place, yes.
Without me facilitating or anyone from VSBA facilitating? Is that I just have to let Gina know?
Could it be to the point of where we work on a draft ourselves and then send the draft to you guys to review prior to us presenting it to the board? To make sure we were compliant.
Well, part of the benefit of having a facilitator is initiating some discussion, providing clarification on what this is, and then keeping you guys in the proper framework and that these are broad strokes kind of thing, and allowing you facilitating the discussion that centers around these things and providing examples and that sort of thing. If you guys are confident that you can do that on your own without creating, and creating, not getting into the minutia too much into the nitty gritty and just establishing basic operational procedure things on these specific topics, then you're free to do that. Or I can rejoin you.
And that's what I say, if we attempt it on our own for the sake of time, and then can we send it to you to make sure it is okay?
She just said
No,
no.
You said
no,
no.
we can't send a draft.
If I may speak, I personally value this process that we've had today and having Carrie to act as that facilitator. I think it makes for a very efficient and effective communication and dialogue. So my personal opinion is to have her come back and us continue this process with her helping us.
Well, could we do it then with the smaller group than what you said? Because
Yeah,
with all
like
due
having
respect, that's part of my issue.
I
Missing a half
understand.
days of work.
Yes, exactly. A
It's
smaller
good to be
group would
here.
be fine, but I just think,
I mean, I'm fine, and then present what y'all come up with.
I
to
think
the
her
board as a whole.
expertise is valuable.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. There's value in having the whole board go through it because then you have buy-in from the whole board. But if you are deferring your voice to somebody else and to a smaller group, that's your choice.
I think dates need to be presented to the board, and if
Yes.
we're available, then we should be able to attend.
Absolutely.
And if we could do a Saturday, I mean, that's what, I know you don't like it, but I mean,
No, I'm giving
yeah, I mean, I've just got an evening after 6 because I work 9 to 5, 5 days a week. Actually 9 to 7 ways a week.
So Carrie, do you know if the VSBA would be open to weekends or after hours? Because I know when we spoke with Samantha earlier, he was pretty adamant, they had a cutoff after hours. So you know how much flexibility, if any, there is there on that?
Well, I mean, I guess I should probably have a say. I'm okay with that. I have another job too. So I can be pretty flexible. And I mean, this is really important to me. I think this is really fundamental for, a working team to establish. And I would advocate with Samantha and Gina to allow us to find another time to complete this work. And, you know, we can work together to find a time that suits all of us, and I'll be flexible, if that's okay.
That would be great. So I guess Diana can create a new doodle poll with some other dates.
And can
Yeah.
can I ask one more question? For the sake of time, and so we know, instead of us seeing these bullet points for the first time and then giving our input, can we have this ahead of time? So could we see this document so we can make our notes on them, have them ready to go?
Sure.
when we meet again?
Yes, I will share with Diane what we worked on thus far. And then if each of you want to kind of pencil in what you think that response should be, and then we can collectively come up with an answer as a group, as a team. The next time we meet, I think we'll be much more efficient. Does that sound like a plan?
Please,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. All right, so, all right, next steps. I'm gonna send this document and what we've completed thus far to Diane. She can distribute it to you, and you guys can work on penciling in kind of your thoughts on each of these bullet points. And then Diane will send out a doodle poll and include me to find next available, you know, maybe a 2-hour block of time. And then I'll chat with Gina and Sam to make sure that they're aware of what we're going to work on to follow up.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay. And we won't be going through all that roles and responsibility stuff. We can just dive right into this, and with your notes and your thoughts ahead of time, we'll be able to jam through them, I'm certain. Okay. Is everybody good with that game plan?
Look at me.
All right.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much for all of your help and your expertise today. And I know I, for one, am looking forward to continuing the conversation with you soon.
Yeah.
Board members, for your commitment to coming out today to do this.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I look forward to wrapping this up, and I promise it will go much, much faster. Well, maybe I shouldn't promise that. I hope it'll go much faster. I think it will, with your notes ahead of time and your thoughts, you know, thinking through something ahead of time. I want you to keep this in mind. So when you look at that bullet and you say, okay, all I want you to first note is, how do we do this right now? That's what I want you to write down and make note of. Okay. So how do we go about doing this? And then stick to that. And if we have questions or need examples or scenarios, then we can address that when we meet again.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
So do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A motion by Dr. Hicks. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Kirby. All those in favor, please say aye.
Bye.
Opposed? Hearing none. This training session is adjourned.
Diana, do you have my email? Or Jason has it. So Jason, can you share that?
I will make sure she gets it, absolutely.
And then I'm going to forward you this document that we've started.
Okay.
So I'm going to send that to you, Jason.
Okay, great. I will send it right over.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
you.
Bye.